Hello, 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 and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy podcast. My name is Jed, and we are exploring Socrates' philosophical journey to enlightenment. And as we do that, we are seeking to understand that journey, understand Socrates, while we read. How do we do that? That's what we covered last time. The mean term between ignorance and insight. Understanding. How do we understand? How do we learn? Well, what we have been discovering on our journey of reading this book is, well, there seems to be two options. The one that we learn at school, that is interpretation. What does this book mean to you? Well, to me, my opinion is this and that. Which of course has led to contributed to the world we live in currently, where the most ignorant people claim rulership over everyone else, including the much better souls. They don't have any knowledge or understanding, so they can't actually benefit, they can only do harm. I'm talking, of course, about all of the oppressive systems we live under. Capitalism, politics, religion, all of these things are currently ruled by the most ignorant because they say, it's my own personal interpretation. It's my interpretation of the law that I get to kill who I want, says a lot of politicians. It's my interpretation of God that he wants me to be in charge, says the religious groups. It's my interpretation of human nature that I get to manipulate other people and exploit them for my own personal profit, says the capitalists. All the same interpretation. Because of how we've been reading, we've been able to discover there is a specific name for this way of interpreting through your own personal opinions or ignorance, called the pathologos. The way that we interpret, because we all interpret differently. We all carry with us different kinds of false beliefs about what's good, about what's beneficial, about what's true, and ultimately about the self and reality. We carry that with us, allowing our different kinds of interpretation. So if you're an English teacher at a high school or even a college or university, you will get 20 different interpretations of Lord of the Rings or whatever it is you're studying from the 20 different students in your class. Why is that? Because we carry with us what makes the difference. Our own unique, specific problems that cause us to interpret not just what we read, but everything, the entire world. The flavor of injustice that we inflict when we act through our personal beliefs and not understanding. It's called the pathologos. And we all get it from childhood. So we've been, during the book, we have had sessions where we've applied the dialectic to understand, not interpret, understand the significance of interpretation and the significance of the fact we all get it. In other words, if everyone is born into a different family at a point of history, in a point of time and space, where we are guaranteed to pick up a pathologos false belief about ourselves, that's the cause of our interpretations, meaning we're not seeing the world as it is, we're projecting, or we've got some blind spots. That's interpretation, to add what isn't there or to leave out what is, causing and also part of that interpretation is, one of its sources or root causes is that false idea about what's real. And as we've been learning, the idea of reality also contains within it beauty, justice, because actual reality, or the second hypothesis, or the eighth offsetting picture, is the actual experience of reality, which we can understand as having those aspects. It's beauty itself, it's justice itself. So our soul seeks it to the point where we get a false shadow, is the word Socrates has been using, a shadow of reality. So the good that we seek, the beauty that we're attracted to, the kind of justice that we think we're enacting is actually based on our pathologos, based on this false belief that we are carrying about reality. And of course, the self as well. What we are. So what we are, what's real, beautiful, just, and good. And of course, the associated ways of being and roles that function as a result of those two causes. Yourself acts through what you think is real, or your paradigm, in a certain kind of functioning. A functioning that puts everyone in a kind of NPC zombie-like script, where our conclusion is set in stone. Everything we do is to seek that false idea of reality or justice, and to justify, defend, or prove the false idea of self that we have. So there's no learning involved in that script. Now, it's been said that approximately 40% of the population are so far entrenched in that pathologos that they never learn, or they get swept up in propaganda by belief-based groups, religion, capitalism, right-wing politics. They can't deviate at all from that script, meaning no learning and no change. What we're here to do seems to be to free ourselves from that script of interpretation based on our pathologos beliefs about self and reality, and use that freedom to actually learn how to think, learn how to read, learn that actual mean term between our ignorance stuck in our pathologos and interpretation, go through some method or mean term, transitional term, to reach the truth about self and reality, to know ourselves, to know the nature of reality. And of course, is that what we have seen last time is it's a kind of threesome. Our self acts through mind reality, our idea of mind or the paradigm of reality, including beauty and justice. And it's functioning as a result of that we call understanding. And a metaphor you can use is, hey, a doctor or a surgeon has to have a model, has to themselves think of themselves as a doctor. You don't want to be undermining your ability, and so no one will listen to me, I won't show up to work, that kind of thing. Has a paradigm or model or knowing of the ideal or paradigm of the healthy body, and can function through an understanding of that to benefit their patients. The opposite, of course, is the pathologos false idea of yourself, from a false belief about reality, good, justice, that keeps you on a script, so a functioning that doesn't benefit anyone, but seeks opportunities to inflict that injustice on others. So if you notice, the right wing and capitalists and religious people are not actually helping anyone grow, and they're not helping innovation or new discoveries. They're not making the world a better place, but they are making it actively worse. Why is that? Well, because what they are doing, their script or their functioning, the third part of that threesome, is looking for opportunities they can justify hurting people. What we've been seeing in the text is punishment, or sometimes called clip chimping. You made a mistake, now I get to enact violence upon you and torture you. Why? Well, there are two answers to that question. There is the real answer, because that's my NPC pathologo script that I'm on. Everything I do in my life, because of this ignorance, is to look for an opportunity to inflict that same violence and injustice on others that I suffered, because that's my idea of self and my idea of what's good. So everything I function or do is to look for an excuse to punish people. That's the truth, but the answer they will give is to teach you a lesson. We need to punish people, otherwise nothing will change, no one will learn. Which of course is not true at all. None of this stands well. That second answer, lying about your motivation, doesn't stand up to reason and evidence. Because learning is something done in the mind. So inflicting physical torture on people doesn't help your learning process. It makes you focus on the physical body, not the mind. All it does teach you is never get caught, which is, of course, the opposite of what we've just said we're here to do. So it's anti-life, it's anti-humanity, punishment. And of course, those oppressive systems we talk about that universalize or pedestalize the pathologos has their own way of universalizing this ignorance. Capitalism isn't torturing people for personal profit and the sadism of the billionaires and the shareholders. No, it's because they are innately lazy and selfish. And if they didn't, if they weren't told what to do by us, then nothing would get done. Or some bullshit like that. Or they wouldn't innovate. Politics, the same thing. You're all criminals and rapists, and if we don't oppress you with our military might and with systems that oppress everybody not in the ruling class, then you'll kill each other. Religion, the same thing. You're all innately evil and bad and sinful, and if you didn't have us telling you that and making you feel bad about yourself, and again, telling you what to do, then you would all be bad, be sinners. Notice, every single one of those things has the exact same outcome. Give us all your things and do what we say. A kind of distortion of mastership or rulership. To be ruled by the ignorant. Do what I say, give us your stuff. Same outcome. The only difference is the supposed motivation for that outcome. So if you've ever listened to a right-wing politician, let's take, for example, the recent invasion of Venezuela. We all know that it's been literally said by the government that we're doing it to steal their oil. So that's the outcome. We want to invade, steal all their things for the personal profit of us. Not everyone, just our little cabal of oligarchic tyrants. Now, on the news that they own, the senators and the politicians come on and say, no, we don't want regime change. We want to help the people or something like that. Or we're doing it because the American people wants it to happen. Notice, all they're talking about is the motivation. We're invading Iraq, not for all their stuff and oil and all of the shit that we are getting from it. No, it's weapons of mass destruction. Notice, same outcome. Whether or not they told the truth of the motivation or the lie was true, same outcome. That's the pathologos. It keeps you on a script to the same outcome. The reasoning is false. That's belief. A bullshit made up reasoning that you have to believe because it doesn't stand up to reason. If it's understandable, you wouldn't have to believe anyone. Welcome. Speaking of NPCs. So belief is believing someone else's sales pitch. That always seems to end up in the same outcome. Them ruling you, whether it's the priests or imams or rabbis ruling the people, taking all their stuff and doing whatever, whether it's the political class ruling you, whether it's the capitalist billionaires ruling you, it's always the same outcome. And it's always, interestingly enough, to do with rulership. Who's in charge? Currently, we are being ruled by the most ignorant, who are themselves ruled in their soul by the pathologos, the false belief about self-reality and the false use of thinking, the script, the pathologos script. What we are learning is actually there is a truth and goodness and benefit that we can be ruled by. We talk about reading the text. Now, you can claim rulership over the text and just say, well, to me, Lord of the Rings was about Jesus living in my heart. And that's claiming that you know better than the text. But you're ignorant. You're carrying with you all these ideas about Jesus. You're going to project them onto the text. So that's a misrulership. Just as a patient doesn't go into the doctor's office and start telling the doctor what to do. You don't have understanding and knowledge. So as we read, how are we learning to read that's different from interpretation? How do you make sense of a rational text? The question is, well, if belief is the source of human ignorance, and that's tied to the pathologos, and our purpose as human beings in time and space is to learn understanding, because understanding is the mean term that we can go from ignorance to wisdom. We can evolve from a world ruled by the most ignorant and harmful, the most cruel and stupid, to a world ruled by the best of us. That was necessary to benefit everyone. It's the learning tradition, it's the evolutionary process. It's the spiritual tradition, as we've been seeing. It prepares your mind for higher insight, not only a better cognitive function of understanding, it prepares you for higher, even higher cognitive functions like wisdom, knowledge, knowing the self. So what is it exactly? If belief is to be ruled by the pathologos, belief, what specifically the skill or method of understanding so we can be ruled by, what's the opposite of the logos? What's the truth? What's the true, understandable, knowable paradigm of reality that we can participate in through reason and understanding and experience? The logos. So what's the method of the logos? That we explored last time as the dialectic. Why is that important? Because we're reading. We're learning how to read, so that's one win, but we also want to gain insight and understanding ourselves from what we're reading. So it's a win-win.
It's a win-win.
We are learning about the hypotheses of Parmenides that nails down the structure of soul's development, of the learning process, of the spiritual process. But it's no good just reading them. We want to understand them, make them our own, because as we've read in the text, there is a kind of learning at school based on belief, believing your teachers or whatever, or interpreting your own religious or family beliefs. That doesn't help anything. It might get you a diploma or a doctorate or something, but doesn't actually change your way of being. There's a kind of learning that does change your way of being because it's a kind of skill or language that you can see and function through. It has to be to do with the self. Because that's that threesome we've been reading about. There's some idea of the self, there's some paradigm of mind or reality, that's the map. That's also knowable as well as understandable. And there's a functioning that you can do as a result of those things. And the ideal, of course, is the functioning that happens between each gap in the moment of time and space that we're experiencing here. Like a film strip, there is a creation and a letting go of each moment. Creation and destruction of each moment. Destruction isn't the right word, I don't think. It's more of a release. Allowing each frame of the movie that we experience through time. That's the third hypothesis. And what we can see in the third hypothesis of Parmenides, the third of the 9, is the ideal. What's the ideal functioning? That. functioning so profoundly and intelligently and caringly that it creates literally every moment, keeps everything together. And not just consistently, but as part of allowing for the development of every soul, should they be open to learning. But again, how do we participate in learning? Dialectic. Why is that? Because every problem is understandable. Not only every text, or the text that we're reading, but our problems are understandable as well. That's the application of the logos or dialectic to our problems or blocks. That's called midwifery. What we've been seeing is our random thoughts, tangents, fantasies, daydreams, our relationships, both positive and negative, carry the same potential for learning and insight, so long as we understand them according to the dialectic. Therefore, the skill of understanding, which is also the skill of spirituality and the skill of evolution and the skill of reading, is the dialectic. That was our conclusion from last episode. And we can say, well, how do people communicate when they're based in belief? Oh, that's easy. Debate. Why is that? Oh, because just as dialectic leads you step by step together in a friendly, rational way, every step you're agreeing to, you're seeing together, leading you on a journey to truth and insight that benefits everyone universally, even those who are following along in the audience. The exact opposite is debate, where you already think you know the conclusion, and you're fucking wrong. And all of your use of language or relationship is to justify the ignorant beliefs you're already carrying. You don't give a shit about your other person. In fact, you want them to lose. That's debate. It's barbaric and savage and fucking stupid. I already know the truth because I got it when I was 4 years old, and I've never reflected on it because I haven't learned how to think. So I'm going to use my power and privilege. I'm going to use my status within the church. I'm going to use my birth into the political class and my political connections. I'm going to use my wealth under capitalism. See? Capitalism, political, religious, it's all the same. To defend the ignorance I already carry. And what do you know? Because it's based in belief and ignorance, the pathologos, it can't actually help. It can only hurt. So I'm going to take as a mark of making it, of being the top dog, my ability to hurt the most people. So human history is a game of who can torture and abuse and murder and kill as many human beings as possible, because just like for the capitalist, it's how many numbers in your bank account. That's not what it's about. It's not a game of who has the most numbers, because numbers don't mean anything unless you can use them to affect human beings. That's why capitalism is so sick. It creates a class of people who are bajillionaires, but it also necessarily creates a much bigger class of people who are vulnerable and poor and suffering that can be exploited and abused by those billionaires. Otherwise, what's the use of having $1 billion if you can't make someone clean your pool? What's the use of $1 billion if you can't make someone work their whole life to build cars for you? Doesn't stop there though, because the NPC script that all human beings are born into, unless they've awoken to their purpose of the dialectic, true philosophy, as we've been reading, applying the dialectic to learn the true ideas of self so you can again move through them or evolve or learn. If you haven't woken up to that purpose, at least 40% of people more will be affected, but 40% of people are completely affected by their pathologos. But to some extent, all people will be seeking opportunities and justifications to play out the same kind of injustice they suffered as children, that they are still carrying as their pathologos beliefs about what it means to be top dog. knowing, strong, loving, just, beautiful. So the real game, human beings who are not actually learning and developing true understanding and knowing are playing, is who can hurt and kill the most people, who can do the most destruction, to the point that Abrahamic religions have, let's only when we completely blow up the world in Armageddon will everything finally be good. Jesus will come back on a magic carpet cloud and give everyone ice cream. Bullshit. Same thing with billionaires. Only when everyone is completely in poverty, no one can afford a house or food or any quality of life, then, we can go to Mars. Right-wing politics. Only when everyone is in privatized prisons or concentration camps, and we have the world being we'll have racist KKK Gestapo thugs in masks and guns murdering American civilians with complete impunity, only when we can murder all of the American people and enslave everyone else. That's when everything will be good. Trust me, bro. Vote Trump again until we take away your ability to vote. Same thing. Exactly the same. It's exactly the same script. It's just one simple script. The pathologos. Looking for justifications and opportunities to play out your false idea of self that never changes based on your parents' ignorance and them from their parents and them back all the way through to our caveman times. Your false belief about reality and your false anti-logos, anti-understanding, belief-based functioning, use of words to win debates and own your opposition, so you can be the ones shooting the other people in the face with an ice mask on. Or you can be the ones sniping the Palestinian children from your Israeli towers. You can be the ones watching the poor people suffer and die while you are by your 18th yacht. Always the same. And that's what we've been learning about in as Socrates talks to Jesus, someone who personifies the pedestalization or making universalization of the pathologos beliefs, and who suffered the tragic or pathetic, so kind of tragic, but formally not a tragic tale, because even in a tragic tale, the tragic hero realizes their tragic demise was caused by their tragic blind spot or interpretation caused by their own negative way of being, but they realize it too late. Jesus doesn't have that experience. He blames God. So a pathetic failure is in store for every human being who doesn't wake up to this, our purpose as human beings. To learn the logos, the skill of the dialectic, apply it to our problems before we play out the tragic implications of not doing it like Jesus. It's a cautionary tale. To free ourselves from our false, unjust functioning, our false beliefs about reality that we project and cause our blind spots, and our false idea of self that becomes our mask, our persona, our identity, entrenching us further in our ignorance. By the way, that's what debate does, doesn't it? It further entrenches you in whatever position that you came in with, because you've had to argue for it, and you see anyone arguing against it as your enemy, and your success is based on them losing. It's an inherently violent game of ignorance. Debate. Why do we teach debate at school? Why do politicians do debate or you scream nonsense at each other? Because it doesn't change anything. It keeps the entrenched ignorance entrenched. Savagery. Stupid. Ever seen a debate? It's fucking sick. Not in a good sense, like, oh, sick. No, it's disgusting. It's like watching immature babies hit each other over the head with bricks. It doesn't help anyone. But it does cause damage. That's our fate as human beings. Because, well, the implications of that, if we reflect on the implications of that and the principles inferred from that, well, if that's for everyone, then it must necessarily be because of some false identification with yourself and reality that you were blocked from a higher spiritual development, causing a need to reincarnate into time and space dimension, filled with all of this, everyone else playing out their ignorance in this world. Every minute of every day there's terrible injustice being suffered. The cruel ruling over the many or the better. Just as we are ruled by our pathologos, our reasoning and understanding is squashed by the pathologos, so too played out everywhere on this planet because, well, the implication being we must be here to address a false belief of ourselves that we are carrying from our previous reincarnations that has prevented our further spiritual development. This is something that Socrates and Jesus have explored together, and so while it's fun to remember and review that conclusion, it's also important for you to nail down the steps in that reasoning so you can see it yourself. And also communicate it with your friends, because that's the dialectic. Every step of that argument that I just sprinted through, breezed through, because we've done a lot of work on it on this channel, every step of those, you should be able to get an agreement from the person you're talking to, should they be a good soul. Which is nothing other than free enough from your pathologos to engage in the dialectic. The difficulty is, because the dialectic heals your ignorance will fight against that. So the dialectic is one of the main things that most people will become savagely opposed to, even though it's the thing that actually benefits everyone and it's our literal purpose to master. Isn't that an interesting twist of being a human? But you can do it anyway. Power through. At the beginning, by the way, that stage of facing all of those counterattacks is literally a stage in the evolutionary or enlightenment process, the spiritual process. That's the fourth ox-herding picture. But you have to keep going. The catching of the ox, you know there's an ox, you know there's some higher meaning to life than just looking for a chance to hurt others before you get hurt. In whatever game you're playing, the business game, the politics game, the religion game, or the I just want to have kids so I can do it to my kids because they're stuck in a house with me game. There's something better than that. Mind, self, source, dialectic. Either of them you could personify with this ox, that the ox-herding pictures depict the stages of seeing. Well, first noticing there are footprints, there are two stages of ignorance, catching a glimpse of the ox, and the fourth ox-herding picture, catching the ox. That's when we face all of our patterns, because we've spent our life identifying with that false image of self. Living in a family growing up, entrenching those false patterns, habits, muddy haunts that the ox wants to return to. So all problems are therefore solvable because they all have the same root cause, the pathologos false beliefs, which functions in that threesome, which is in direct opposition to the threesome that we actually want to find, the self, mind, and understanding. The negative image of the self that you identify with, the false beliefs about reality, goodness, and truth, and the pathologos functioning of belief. Logos on one side, that's the good side. Pathologos on the other side, that's the bad side. Therefore, in principle, all problems are solvable and our highest excellence is reachable. So the next question is, how exactly do we reach that? Now, the word for that is a needed middle term for the transition from ignorance to wisdom, is called the mean term. For us, Socrates is the mean term. Socrates has the wisdom of Diotima, a woman, by the way, who was Socrates' spiritual teacher, a master of the Logos. So, anyone who says women can't reach enlightenment, or same thing, religion, politics, the sexism of the right-wing politics, the oppression of women and blaming them for sin or telling them that they're bad, of religion, or the subjugation systemically of women through capitalism and systems that support capitalism, always the same. Here is one simple person that proves they're all bullshit. Here is a human being who has reached highest excellence and was the literal teacher of someone who we consider to be the greatest mind ever to walk the planet, Socrates. As a woman, a lady. Oh.
It's a win-win.
Wait.
Kant's a little fucking bitch.
And Kant is a bitch because, well, he's not in the game. He does the other thing. Modern philosophy and modern education is in the pathologos tradition, looking for clever arguments or positions of power. So yeah, we can even add the educational system as one of those. Any system is either going to be ruled by the logos or ruled by pathologos. There's no middle ground. There's no centrist position. Maybe religions are okay, maybe, so long as people don't actually believe them and actually think about them and actually function through them and never actually act upon their beliefs, then it's okay. Newsflash, that's the opposite of what a belief is. It is how you function. You can't say, so long as it doesn't affect anything. No, it's what affects things. There's no centrist position for religion or capitalism or the existence of there even being a right-wing party. You can't have a pathologos political party. Religion, you can't have a pathologos spiritual system. It's antithetical. Capitalism, you can't have a pathologos-based economic system. Education, Kant's a little bitch. You can't have a pathologos-based educational system because it's against the principle of education itself. Notice, our definition of the mean term, logos or dialectic, is the learning tradition. There's your education. It is the spiritual tradition. There's your alternative to belief or religion. It's our evolutionary system. There's how it fits as the necessary skill and art of politics. What are we missing? Learning, spirituality. Oh, reading. It's how you read. That would also fall under education, I guess. Human relationships. How we relate to other people of our race and our own minds. How we talk. Do we debate each other over lunch, or do we reason step by step? The truth. That mutually benefits. So, ticks all the boxes, doesn't it? Pretty neat. And so what we've been reading in the book that we've been reading, so we've been practicing our own development of the dialectic while at the same time learning about the pathologos by catching every time we do not read properly, we interpret, or we're blocked, or we have a blind spot, or we're distracted, or we want to do something else. Because what's more important and fun as this channel?
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
Because of all our joy and whimsy?
Jesus Christ, Emma.
Jesus Christ, Emma?
If you're experiencing a mental health episode, we don't want to have to see that.
Absolutely gooped.
Come on, stop fighting with each other.
Unbelievable sluts these days.
Come on, you two, you're being an unbelievable slut these days by having that argument.
And she spit on him also.
Did she spit on you?
They're completely lying to you. They're completely lying.
I think you're lying, Mr. Brown. There's Emma and Aaron Brown having a little spat. I didn't expect that. I don't have a sound. I'm fixing my soundboard so I can actually press the right buttons. They're all on random. So I don't know what they're going to say.
Brain rot escalates.
It is a little bit brain rot, but also some of them I actually can press, like this one.
No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell.
You're brave. You are crossing into new boundaries.
Because I like that one. So we're learning about the dialectic as we read, and learning about the pathologos and our specific kind of pathologos, I hope, by catching the problems that come up when we read. And in that reading, we're discovering where the dialectic came from. So we talked about Diotima as one of Socrates' teacher who used the dialectic artfully to benefit the spiritual development of Socrates by using the dialectic to create a yoga to help him move through his desire for goodness or beauty. There is a desiring part of our soul that desires our highest good or beauty. There is a seeking part of our soul that seeks truth. And there's a reasoning part of our soul that wants to understand. So those are the three forces of the soul. Whether or not the soul is real, we can use it to define the unity of those forces that we have. So while Diotima uses it to create a dialectical method or yoga for Socrates to follow based on beauty and love to reach truth, we have another teacher who gives us the dialectic itself and uses it to find understanding or oneness or the one. So through reason only or purely. So the reasoning part of our reasoning force, truth seeking and the good seeking. Well, if Diotima makes use of our desire for goodness to help us reach truth, Parmenides helps us find the ideal of reason. So, the stages of spiritual development or psychic development or learning development, everything we get from Parmenides, the stages as the hypotheses, which is the use of the dialectic applied to stages of understanding, stages of growth. So for us to understand those hypotheses and make them our own so we can see through them, function through them, how do we do that? Dialectic, it seems. So in us trying to find what's the structure behind the thinking of these hypotheses? What's the pattern? If you don't know the structure and pattern, so you can see for yourself why it's ordered the way it is, do you understand it? Why does this bicycle tire go underneath the bicycle seat? If you can't answer that, then do you understand a bicycle? So it's not just a matter of memorizing the parts, like in the pathologos-based education where you're taught to memorize beliefs from the teacher or from Kant or whatever. Kant's a little bitch.
Kant would say
Some fucking bullshit.
Kant would say some fucking bullshit. No, we're not doing that. We are doing an understanding for ourselves. We're seeing why it's ordered. Why are the hypotheses ordered the way they are? Now, you can also go into the book, because there is a Balboa translation with the right words, that allows you to apply that dialectic to each one of the stages themselves. Let me lean back a little bit. So you can understand the whole through the dialectic, and you can understand the parts through the dialectic as well. It's a win-win.
Win.
Win-win.
Do a poggers.
So we do a poggers. So to understand all the possible ways of thinking that an individual, a species, a culture, a part of time, a family group, all of them could go through, there are only 9 stages you can go through. And we can understand them ourselves by looking for the dialectical structure within, which we've been learning how to do from Socrates and practicing and learning how to read in that way. Socrates is giving us his life story of how he got interested in it. You can't just say, oh, really? There's a dialectic, there's a pattern of reality that we can master and apply to ourselves to benefit everything. Solve the world's problems, have the best relationships, reach our highest excellence. That's neat. You can't just say that to people because their whole life has been based on the pathologos, our institutions, our cultures, our religions, and our family clan groups. So that's our stage of evolution. And what does the pathologos do? It specifically functions against our benefit and interest. It blocks you from learning the logos. So how do you get into it? If it's the meaning of life, definitionally, not as an opinion or a belief or a perspective, how do you get into it? That's what we're learning from Socrates. So that's where we're on the text. Now we're also wanting to nail down, hey, if the hypotheses of Parmenides is if the dialectic is the art that we use to learn, evolve, etc., if that's the art we're here to learn and master, and we can use that dialectic in one of its highest ways to understand all of the possible stages of being that a human being or any species can go through, if that's the hypotheses of Parmenides, could we also apply that understanding or dialectic to understand all of the possible states of mind, or how it feels for a soul to go through stages of development? Yes, that's the ox-herding pictures. The ox-herding pictures that we have from around the 12th century from Zen Buddhism that are to do with what it feels like to go through the stages of enlightenment. First and second ox-herding picture, seeking the ox, finding the tracks of the ox, are stages of ignorance. The third, glimpse of the ox. The fourth, catching the ox. 5, the taming of the ox. 6, riding the ox. 7, ox transcended. And 8, ox, man, and rope together in a oneness. That's called... what's it called? The 7th, bull transcended. And 8, both bull and self transcended. Well, what we would say perhaps both bull and soul or individual self transcended. Those are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those 6 are stages of development of enlightenment. Now we have had a look at the ninth, we have had a look at the 9th ox-herding picture, which is called reaching the source, because even that oneness of mind, your mind, in the activity of mind, dialectic. But hey, dialectic also facilitates the conditions for the direct experience. So mind, having the activity of mind, knowing the mind, so mind minding mind, a oneness called ousia, turning around and knowing yourself completely, which we do through the dialectic in time. So the highest activity through time is nothing other than the highest kind of ousia happening through time, reflecting the highest kind of experience, which is also ousia, turning around and knowing oneself as a oneness. But hey, in that experience of the 8th ox-herding picture, we can also recognize footprints, meaning there is also a... How did we get into this? What was the second ox-herding picture? Noticing through our reading that there is an understandable structure, which means there must be some source to that intelligence itself or mind. The ox. So what's the intelligible structure? The logos, the footprints. So the logos would be the footprints. But because we've been going through these stages, it's not just an all at once or glimpse, we can recognize we've been learning the logos through the dialectic, so that even in that experience of mind minding mind or oneness, we can recognize it is intelligible. We can intellectually distinguish aspects, which is necessary to realize even this greatest experience must itself have a cause or source. Isn't that neat? So it's worth learning the logos. So in whatever experience you're having, by the way, this is Diotima's method as well. If the eighth oxiding picture is the highest experience of beauty, which we seek through love, that any experience of beauty along the way, you can be practicing understanding love and logos, whether it's a beautiful person or many beautiful people, beautiful souls, beautiful minds, beautiful institutions, beautiful learning or sciences. Each one of them comes not just with an experience of beauty, but with your learning to put logos on them, love and logos, which led Socrates to enlightenment. To the point where if we are in the eighth oxiding experience, experiencing pure beauty, we still in that experience can also keep our cool. Or to use that's keeping your cool as temperance in philosophy. Or in the oxiding pictures, they call it keeping a serene mind. And by the sixth oxiding picture, when you have a certain level of mastery, you can function as a dialectician yourself, as a mean term to someone else to help them learn. Try though what others might to upset him, he remains undisturbed in a serene state of mind. So keeping your cool or keeping serene, not being disturbed, while also looking for the logos even in the most profound experience. So that you can go through that experience, follow those footprints of the ancient patriarchs, follow Socrates' footprints to the other side, the source. The ninth oxherding picture, which is called returning to the source, or if the eighth oxherding picture was the divine luminosity of Parmenides' second hypothesis, then we can say the first hypothesis, the one self, the first hypothesis or one self would be the ninth. Returning to the source. The self, knowing the self. That's our goal. So our question is, how did Socrates go through that? How did he go from not even knowing that there is an ox first, not really seeking the ox? How did he go to realize that there must be a pattern? There must be understanding in the world. Intelligibility. Second. And how did he go through that to actually jump into the game? Third oxiding picture. We're also carrying a question, hang on a second. If the ninth oxiding picture is the first hypothesis, the top, then what the heck is the 10th oxiding picture? We haven't explored the 10th yet. We're still carrying that under our belts as a question, which is part of reading. Notice, carrying a question is part of reading. What's its opposite? Interpretation, debate, or belief? Do they have a question? Fuck no. They know that they know the answer. Well, they're certain that they don't actually know. They're certain that they have the answer. I know that men rule and women rule. So all of my right-wing debate bullshit on the YouTubes and on Fox News will all be about how women suck and men are the victims and they should be given more privilege because that's what will give me the money from those billionaires. Really? Do you want to look at the evidence and reason through it together to come to a conclusion, which will allow us to maybe solve problems if there are some problems specific to this or that gender? No. I know the answer. My use of words I learnt from Fox News, lying. I learned from the right-wing politicians, lying. I learned from religion, lying. I learned from billionaires, lying. In other words, using the logos in an anti-logos way, using language in a way that opposes reason and development, the pathologos, to justify playing out your own particular brand of ignorance, whether it be Elon Musk's white supremacist ignorance or Donald Trump's, same Nazi ignorance, or some religion's sexist ignorance, or some capitalists' delight in the torturing of poor people ignorance. Whatever it is, it's the same script. Using words to justify the conclusions you already carry from your pathologos. Or the alternative to ignorance and suffering and your own problems in this life and when you die, in how you reincarnate, The alternative is having a question. So the opposite of certainty. Following the logos, the opposite of belief. Reasoning. So that's the thing. Question and answer. What's the question? None for believers. They already knew. Talk to you ever met those families where they really beat it into the brains of the children? So you got like some 7-year-old kid who's like, Jesus is everything and I'm gonna fight you if you disagree. Pretty sick. Disgusting. So no questions, just certainty. And their way of giving the answers is to imitate their whatever their parents did when they seemed so certain. So no reasoning or thinking for yourself. So those are the alternatives. Ignorance, savage, suffering, and problems. Or fun, curiosity, wonder of carrying a question, and the interest and development of learning the dialectic to answer them. So, with those questions under our belt, let's go back to Socrates' explanation of his own personal account of how he got into philosophy, seeing as he nailed it. To him we say,
Imagine people changing their positions and improving for the better.
he changed his position and improved for the better.
Why can't these guys shut up, whether or not it's about Jesus?
And he managed to shut up about Jesus because he grew up with this heaven or good versus evil, we're constantly at war with everything, religious mentality. So we say to
They're
that,
completely lying to you.
It's sad. And I'm sad for you.
they were lying and we're sad for him, but he got through it.
Oh, very handsome and or pretty.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm cute. Like, it's cutie pie.
Maybe he was cute. Cutie pie and handsome and or pretty. So let's jump in and have some fun. There we go. Text. Whoops. Where's that text? Here we go. So isn't that interesting? You understand by applying the dialectic to something to see the inherent intelligible order within that thing that you're understanding. Which is interesting because Socrates went ahead and said, hang on a second, if this musician that's inspiring me here is able to participate in something beautiful and inspiring, because there's an inherent order or harmony to the music that he's playing, does that mean that there is a deeper kind of intelligibility to the universe that we're existing in? If so, what's the name for its use, for its functioning? How do you be a musician of reality yourself? How do you catch, tame, ride, and ultimately transcend that ox? So, the musician we mentioned, and then he saw, hey, by the way, speaking of some sort of intelligibility, so growing up believing in a war reality, and our soul is at a constant war between good and evil, that's eternal, so there's no learning, there's no growth, there's no change, there's no meaning. Saw the musician, interested in it, captivated by it, so there's some sort of inspiring to inspiration or beauty that wakes us up, inspires us, gets us interested. But there must be two, maybe, says Socrates, maybe there's two intelligent forces that has a harmony or participates in a higher, truly existing order or intelligibility. One through music and one waiting to be discovered. So notice, he's got a question. He gained an insight, and from that he developed a question. What have we been learning from the ox herding pictures? There is a stage, and then there is a question about the next stage. Each ox herding picture has a prequel or an anticipation or a movie trailer about the next stage that we need to continue to develop. And here he is with the question, is there something intelligible in our universe that is even higher than music, that allows for there to be music? So he carries that question, and when he runs into this young woman with talking about the fact that you can reflect on the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking, that question made him open to it. Notice, ain't no believer going to be open to this. They don't learn shit. In all of my years as a philosopher, never have I had a religious, like someone attached to their religion, showed any interest in anything that we do. Because they already know. Because they don't give a shit. You ever been in those conversations with those kind of people that we call jerks? They're not interested in the conversation. They want to have all the attention on them. They want to be in charge. They want to be the knower. No, listen to me. Professional. This is the profession that so many people seek in our culture currently, to be a professional opinion haver. Listen to my opinion, says Joe Rogan. Listen to my opinion, says the politicians. Listen to my opinion, says your preacher or pastor or minister. Right? No one gives a shit about opinions. We all want to understand. You don't pay money to go to college to get opinions. You want to get understanding. So, right, so she says this thing and he realized, oh heck, I can reflect. So what also we've been learning is, by the way, each of those stages that have an end that anticipates the next, because they're all about seeing in a higher way. For instance, let's bring up the oxidizing pictures. Let's look at the first one. Well, let's look at all of them. Here we go. So looky here. The first oxidizing picture. When you're in your ignorance, you're in your pathologos. Ideas of right and wrong dart out like daggers, as Socrates started with heaven versus hell. Greed for worldly gain, be they politicians, capitalists, religious folk, or, well, any institution really, based on pathologos. But at the end, he hears at the evening, so bone tired, here weary, he carries on his search for something which he cannot find. Because even the most ignorant seek truth. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so invested in their game of fake truth, imitation, belief, pathologos. But you can't find it. So they're never at rest. They're always at war. But at the evening, he hears cicadas chirping in the trees. There is a different way of perceiving the world. Over there. Next stage. By his reading, sutras and teachings, he discerns that there are actually tracks of an ox. Can't see it yet, but the last line, will it take me to heaven? Number 3, your first glimpse. He has a first glimpse of the ox. But how does it end? That splendid head, those stately horns, what artist could portray them? You had a glimpse, you don't understand yet. But there's a different level of reflection where you can reflect on that experience with understanding. So each level is a different kind of self-reflection. We're thinking in a new way. We're perceiving and reflecting on ourselves in a new way. Number 4, you're struggling against your former patterns, old habits, and it's not easy. We have to break ourselves from the old habits because it continues to yearn for those old ideas of what's good. So we have to grasp the rope tightly, for the ox still has unhealthy tendencies. Even while he tugs by the nose, it might well turn against its own haunts, toward its own haunts. Old haunts. So, catching it. That one's tricky. Turning towards the salt. Let's have a look at 5. Now he has got it by the nose rope. Okay, so the anticipation is, hey, if I did have it by the nose, what would it be like? Now in 5, you've got it. You've got it. Here he is carrying with the rope on the ox's nose. Having some success, still having some counterattacks. But what would it be like to be untethered in the last line? In other words, what would it be like to be different? To reflect on my mind differently, so I didn't need the rope. So, every stage of development is marked by a different idea of self, of course, but a different experienced as a different ousia. You're reflecting on yourself in a new way. So I mentioned how difficult it is for people who are most firmly attached their self-identity to ignorance. People who say, I am a this, I am a Catholic, I am a Muslim, I am a Jew, I am a... No, that's just a belief from someone else. When you start to learn physics at school, do you say, I am a force equals ma person? No, it's not you. It's a theory about reality. And by the way, second year science, you're going to find some of those theories aren't real, so you better not get attached. Remember when you learned at school there were 3 states of matter? Then later on you realized there were more, like plasma? No, I am a 3 states of matterist. That's as stupid as saying I am a Catholic. It's a theory that you got from someone else, by the way, that can learn and change, so long as you're not identifying with it. So for those people who have never once reflected on their image of themselves, sometimes they haven't even reflected on their own thoughts. Have you met these people? You ask them, oh, that's an interesting thought. Where did that come from? Or, that's an interesting idea. Where did you pick that one up? Well, you're in an interesting state of mind. Did you notice your state of mind changed when you started quoting the Bible? What are your dreams like? Have you been dreaming? This simple reflection on their thoughts is something new to a lot of people. How many MAGA people have ever reflected on their thoughts? Close to 0, maybe? I don't know. So, this Socrates here, reflecting on his own thoughts, is a higher stage of development. So maybe the music gave him the second ox. There are footprints of the ox. Maybe when he came across this woman and realized that he can turn around and reflect on his own state of being, that was a jump. Maybe he's in the third ox-herding picture now. Caught a glimpse. And it's not a warring god like in the first ox-herding picture. Daggers of right and wrong. Wisdom is one, to know the intelligence by which all things are steered through all things. So after this woman, he came across this Heraclitus. And that made him curious again. Just like the ox-herding pictures, he ends each next stage of ousia or self-reflection with a question about what's beyond. This idea of one intrigued me, and then when I heard Parmenides was coming to visit, I had to go with my crew and track him down. And it was from Parmenides, someone who's gone through this whole process, at least to the first hypothesis or 9th ox. He shared with me the dialectic. So, this method that we are here to master, the mastery of which could be that 6th ox, riding it. Maybe. The third hypothesis, in that threesome of self, mind, and functioning, it would be a functioning Let me just turn my limiter down a little bit. There we go. Up a bit. Let me turn it up. That's what I meant. Functioning. Dialectic. He got it from. So, if that's what we're here to master, here we have the origin. So it's the main character of the anime, but your anime, you, my friend. Wait, you, my friend, are the main character. This is the origin story of how you learn your ninjutsu, or ki blast, or whatever magic power the anime has. Shadow Monarch skill. Who was the first person to realize there was ki in Dragon Ball Z? To realize there was, who was the first ninja in Naruto? Who was the first person to eat a devil, or where did devil fruits come from in One Piece? Here. So they're all, this is the archetype of the hero's journey. Right, RM?
You just attacked my person. You just harmed my body.
No. RM Brown, one of his recent videos, mentioned that, by the way, just as we have seen they do, there are lots of right-wing podcasters or religious folks or right-wing political folks or billionaires doing evil in the world who all claim that their way of being is part of the hero's journey. So notice, they always lie. They lie in the worst way. They usurp. Just like currently, the existence of ICE or the existence of Nazis is what happens when the worse, most ignorant, steal, usurp the job of other people. If you're a cancer patient, it's not your job to be a doctor. Well, unless you're actually a trained doctor. But the patient's job isn't to be the doctor. If the patient started giving the doctor orders, that would be ICE. That would be MAGA. That would be Nazis. That would be capitalism. The worst, claiming ownership and rulership, or not ownership, rulership over the many and the better. Or perhaps a part of human history that we have to go through so that we wake up to the implications of what happens if we don't read these books. Listen to Socrates, learn to understand, reflect on our own selves, ousia, with understanding logos, to find the source. The source of problems. You can't fix your toaster unless you find the cause of the problem. And you, even when you find the cause, you have to apply understanding of toasters to fix it. In a world where we accept ignorance or belief, the most stupidest people will come out with a, you got a broken toaster? Let me smash it with a hammer. By the way, the police. Hey, this crime happened to me. What do? Hit you with a hammer. Blame you. Punish you. Take your details down. It's your fault. You shouldn't have been robbed. Harass you. People protesting fascism in America, what do ICE do? Shoot the protesters. What do the politicians do? Blame the people who are being killed. Cry bullies. Always the same. So, of course, as true as what it is that we're saying, we also have to acknowledge that there is a journey. There's a reason. Just as it's kind of a little lonely at the moment for people like myself who are interested in understanding and benefit, there might be a reason. There might be a reason why we're facing ICE and Nazis and capitalist oppression and imperialism. It might be what we have to see, just like our nightmares are messages until we pay attention. This might be what we are facing until we pay attention to the fact our purpose as all living beings, that we will suffer the implications of, hey, if you're the one doing the infliction of suffering, if you're the Trump in this lifetime, How many lifetimes will you have to reincarnate into where you suffer the downside, the injustice from other people over and over and over again, if there's a balance to reality? So even if you are in the privileged classes, you're not going to get away with it. So it's a lose-lose. Even the mythical shareholders, everything we do in life must be for the shareholders. Yes, the Dow Jones is for the shareholders. Having to pay for a house to live in is for the shareholders. And yes, we all have to maximize profit for the share. Who are these guys? Even they lose. Well, first of all, because they live in a crappy world, everyone around them are crappy, but they will continue to suffer their ignorance. Billionaires commit suicide. And also they will have to play out the implications of their injustice in however many incarnations, apparently according to the text. My drink's gone a bit warm. Maybe I should pour it into a cup with some ice. Speaking of ice. That was a bad connection.
The hell's wrong with you people? You sick freaks.
That was a sick freak thing to say.
Jesus is gonna come down and wipe this place out. Who cares?
Come on, it's not that bad. Right, so playing out the implications, just like in everything else, of what happens if we don't awaken to our purpose. And here we get our purpose. So this is the origin story of our ninjutsu, so we can take down Madara. Anime reference. Or yeah, you can fill in whatever anime you're into, fill it in. This is the origin of devil fruits, so we can take down the evil world government and Blackbeard. This is the introduction of I don't know, key energy, so we can master it and defeat Frieza. I got it from after going through this journey with these questions and seeking answers, looking for an intelligible pattern behind things. That's how I came across the dialectic from Parmenides. Learning that allowed me also to wake up to the significance of my dreams, just as applying the dialectic can help us solve our social problems, can help us solve our individual problems, so too can it help us, because as we've been saying, it's a implication, or it's a playing out of or a demonstration of the implications that follow of our ignorance. And I used as an analogy, just like a nightmare. The trick with nightmares is, well, how do we actually pay attention? It's the same thing. Same thing. You understand it. You reflect on it. And you may never have. Many people haven't reflected on their dreams. That's a new level of Usia. That's already a level up. But again, it's Usia and Logos. You need the method to reflect on it properly. We get that from Parmenides. Socrates says, what's his outline? Well, here are the hypotheses. First of all, define philosophy. It's exploring the different ideas of self that we move through. Without the ideas of self, it's not true philosophy. Also, it's seeing for yourself, nothing to do with belief. The method is the dialectic. So there's a nice, brilliant bumper sticker or throw pillow that you can make with what is true learning, what is true philosophy. And of course, many are the staff bearers, few are the actual mystics. Those are the true philosophers. So that's a quote from earlier in the text. Many are the staff bearers, people who claim to be religious or knowers or spiritual or enlightened. They have lots of podcasts. They appear on Joe Rogan. They wear robes and call themselves imams or rabbis or preachers. Many of those people, but the actual true mystics are philosophy. Let's find it. Many are the thrisis bearers, few are the true mystics. Where does he say that's true philosophy? Oh, I'm thinking of the quote. So that's a quote from the Phaedo. And the end of that sentence is, and those are philosophers. I made it clear I am among those. Okay, so this is a bit. I am among those mystics. The true quote is, those are the ones who do true philosophy. So, true philosophy is to do with ideas of self, it's seeing for yourself, and that method is the dialectic. Now, if you apply that to the different ideas of self, the highest is the one. What can be said of a pure one is also the self, so that one self then is the first. Its second hypothesis, okay, if that's the pure one, that's what we're after, to know the self. But we are a stage of development reaching. In order to reach that could be its functioning. It functions as brilliant divine luminosity. Second hypothesis. By the way, those things function through the gap in each time. So there is a communication to us from self and mind, or first and second, through the gap. That's an outpouring of providence, and the source is the one self. That's the third hypothesis, or understanding, giving us the triad of self. Knowing the self, knowing pure intelligence or the model, functioning through understanding to benefit. By the way, if you fall out of self, the current level, as we said, it's the pathologos beliefs that rule our current souls and rule our societies, politics, religion, capitalism, all that shit. That's the fourth hypothesis. That's the shadow of reality they cling to. He mentioned also identify with. That's called belief. And the fifth is those who say, well, there is no mind, just give up. But that's really empty. The true disconnection is the fact that to know the self is beyond any experience. It transcends, but it's also most personal. It's most transcendent, and it's the most intimate. And also, you could deny every one of those five positions, and the denial would actually prove the necessity for that thing you're denying. Jesus says, wow, that's called following the logos. He says,
Wow. 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 Wow.
Kant's a little fucking bitch.
I agree. Following the logos. Now, did that idea of the gap, which is what? Third hypothesis, which is also what? Understanding, which is also what? Providence, intelligence and care. Good heart, good head. Which is the skill of doing that is what? The dialectic. Was that the mean term? Hooray. The mean term is a transitional term between ignorance and wisdom. Or pathologos and logos. Well, logos is the mean term. But there is an inherent logos within the self that we want to know as well. Because it has to have a source. Just fixing my... There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Was it the mean term? Go through it again. Well, if it's good enough for Socrates to go through it again, we shall too. He showed that it's only through negatives that one can understand the one that's beyond all predicates. So what we have learned is, while the second hypothesis is understandable as the greatest use of, logos or language, there we go, all fixed. You'd have to say, well, if it transcends the highest use of adjectives or predicates, then you can't apply any of them to its source. So through negatives that you can understand the one beyond all predicates. But we have actually seen that there is a way of understanding it that doesn't only require negatives, but that's our Venn diagram, of course, that we've been using for a long while. The dynamic, he brought me to see that the dynamic inherent in the experience of beauty touches upon truth and is intelligible. That's a participation in reality. Well, that is reality. Second. By the way, you can participate in every instantaneous moment. We are participating in it. You might not be aware of it because there are clouds in the way, to use a metaphor from the Ox pictures. But to participate in and from that reality, all change occurs. I found here is the wondrous dialectic of Parmenides. So, our hypothesis that the third hypothesis is the dialectic. Thumbs up. The wondrous dialectic of Parmenides that the moment is the gap that reflects the providential nature of the divine. So the gap is that which is beyond time and is continuously unfolding that which must be as it is. So there's a level of understanding that is from a state of being beyond time. Time Lords. Would you pick that as your superpower? Maybe, so long as you know that its functioning is to create each moment the way it needs to be, or, as a dialectician, to function from self through intelligence via the dialectic to benefit the other developing souls that you might encounter on this planet or beyond. Double thumbs up. Where's my double thumbs up thing? Damn it. Do it this way.
Kant's a little fucking bitch.
Confetti.
Jesus Christ, Emma.
There we go. Stop being mad at Emma.
Freaks.
Freak. And we're back. So, that gap, we Time Lords, reflects the providential nature of the divine. So the gap is that which is beyond time and is continuously unfolding that which must be as it is. That's why we've been reflecting the way we've been reflecting on our current state of the world. Why is it that we are allowing ourselves to be ruled by the most ignorant and cruel? Why is it that we do debates and not dialectic? Why is it we allow belief to rule our institutions when it should be always understanding? Why is it that we do that? There must be a reason, and for there to be a reason, there has to be some sort of development that we can participate in. Looking for the justice behind the apparent injustices that we face every moment on this planet that's called, mythologically, perhaps Hades. Because of that topsy-turvy ruled by the pathologos and not the logos. By the way, do you want your soul to be ruled by the worst part of your soul? Do you want to be ruled by your earthly pleasure-seeking part? Do you want to be ruled by your desire to imitate your parents and the way they inflicted their injustice upon you? Or do you want to be ruled by that part of you that seeks questions, curiosity, fun, and seeks to love understanding and master understanding? Do you want to be...
Where's the joy? Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder?
See, same thing. Do you want to be ruled by the best part of your soul or the worst? So that's the gap of the third. The fourth hypothesis is those views I formerly had about heaven and hell and good versus bad and it's always a war and there's no meaning. Fourth. Also has he's gone from a pure description to what it was like for him to feel, what it felt like. No feeling in the first. Interesting feeling when he saw that we can participate in this wondrous dialectic. Talked about what it was like seeing through what he was formerly exposed to, heaven versus hell. You're at a war with your good and bad side, etc. He had relief. came to him when he saw that that all of these forms or views were merely another view of the one. So not only are they different levels of self or reality, not only are they different cognitive functions, ways of making sense of the world, not only are they different versions or varieties of ousia, ways of reflecting, they're also different ideas of the one. To the point where the highest term, our goal, is one in self. What kind of one is the self? Is it a transcendent one, beyond all predicates? Is it a one that exists most beautifully? Is it a one that functions most providentially? Is it a one that's the cause of all human problems in belief, the shadow? A oneness of being unified by groups? Or the fifth hypothesis, is it a one that's not even a part of a group, it's just a solitary distant one, disconnected from any whole? Because those are 5 ideas of one. A relief came to me when I saw that these views or forms were merely another view of the one. It was not sufficient for me. But it was not sufficient for me. Lastly, he showed that beneath this latter view, was a dualism. So beneath belief of the fourth, there was a dualism of 5, where heaven and earth and all opposites played out their dance without ever touching. You can't know reality. You can't know these things. Shut up and do as you're told. Go to war, dig those trenches, build those widgets. Give me your money. There's no other meaning. That's the fifth. I should add that he was able to show that the way each of these assertions about the one could be denied. So each of those has its denial, which again presupposes its opposite. In the actual text, we've read the introduction of the text on the channel, if you want to check that out. One of our series is here. There is no denial of the first, by the way. So that could be a puzzle we take back with us when we go back to reading. Why doesn't he do a denial of the first hypothesis? Can you deny a one that transcends existence? He does say you better not do that. That's the worst problem. So the fact that he says, hey, we're not going to talk about the one that is non-being. That's the worst thing you can do. So we're not even going to get into that. And if it's the worst thing you can do, and Socrates later on goes on to say, hey, courage is to hold an idea about what's the worst thing you can do. That's to have a false idea of self and reality that rules the worst part of your soul, speaking about the current plights we're facing in the world, which is nothing other than to be ruled by the worst of us. If you are ruled in the most important part of the soul, if that's ruled by the greatest ignorance about self and reality, that's the worst condition of men, and you always have to be on alert for that. And to carry that idea with you as you learn is courage. It's a kind of preservative. So regular idea of courage, like bravery, we need as we go through this process, because we're giving up our old false images that are cause of our problems, of course, but we're used to them. We're familiar with them. And we have to change or let go or be open to not knowing. It requires bravery. For that kind of bravery, it would help to keep in mind that even though it can be scary or new and different, to hold on to those things you're afraid of letting go of is the worst thing that both men and gods fear. You can find that if you read book 3 and 4 of the Republic. Courage is to hold the idea that to have the pathologos is the worst condition of man. We've been seeing that again today. So every institution, every area of life that applies, pathologos is the worst. That's courage. So you might be able to be more brave as you continue your journey through the hypotheses of the dialectic and through the ox-herding pictures, knowing that to stay in ignorance is actually the worst. And we have the first spammer of the day.
I'm a human. I don't listen to robots.
I don't listen to you, robot. I'm a human.
Weird business because it's like, you know, a bunch of stupid little robots trying to
Stupid
spam
robots.
everybody to sell
Spamming
crap.
everybody.
The hell's wrong with you people? You sick freaks.
Sick freak.
I hate to have to tell you this. That was fake. That was AI.
Cunt a little fucking bitch.
I know.
Calm your fucking tits.
Calm your tits because
Weird business because it's like, you know, a bunch of stupid little robots trying to spam everybody to sell crap.
it is a weird business.
It is spam.
Die mad about it, bitch.
And they should die mad about it.
You need to flood these platforms with fake people. Oh, these terrible accounts, man.
Ugh, trash.
Trash, you're a trash account spammer.
Kant would say some fucking
talking
you have
about Kant.
severe mental illness. And you sick fuck.
You sick fuck. So even that fifth hypothesis that there is no mind-body connection, maybe you've met people who think this way, that could also be rejected. And by the way, even though that rejection of mind and of the fifth and the imitation of knowing belief are the cause of our ignorance and suffering and problems, they still have to exist. Right? You still have to cast a shadow. When you look in the mirror, you have a reflection. It's not true. The left hand is the right hand, and it's missing everything that's most important about you, your intelligence, your will, your purpose. But you still have to have a reflection in a lower dimension in the mirror. So a kind of existence on that level. So you can't deny your mirror's reflection, even though it's not real and it's the opposite. Similarly, even though 4 and 5 are ignorance and the cause of our suffering, if you reject it, if you deny its existence, you will see that they have to exist on a certain level. What we are learning is, if it has to exist, or as we read earlier, it has to unfold that which must be as it is. There must be a necessity for us having to deal with pathologos ignorance, capitalism, fascism, religion existing, right-wing politics to even exist. There has to be a reason. It's completely understandable only if we read this kind of a book. It's only understandable if you understand it. Could that be the reason? In other words, could there be a providential function for even our ignorance so long as we pay attention and listen and learn? Which is nothing other than looking for the pathologos, types of, as we saw earlier, part of humanity's purpose is to surface all of the possible different kinds of family, clan, pathologos rejections. Family, clan. Okay, how about just say clan? Man must learn to end the cycle of all clan beliefs and go on to know himself. The core beliefs of the clan are mirrored and support that of their religion, which is irrational. There's a kind of family clan religion within your house that the child gladly accepts, which is based on the appearance or shadow. We can call that pseudo-excellence. But yeah, so we have to surface. Man is in a cycle of reincarnation because he is here to learn. We must learn to end the cycle of all clan beliefs. If justice plays a decisive role, says Soc, there must be reincarnation. What other than this idea of reincarnation can make sense of the vast injustice we see everywhere? Our task as a race, our race has a purpose that we are to fulfill. The end is everywhere. Formerly, our highest purpose and reason for being is destiny. The end is everywhere present. That's how we use that word forever. To come to know thyself is to realize the nature of reality is divine. Our task is complicated because we seek other goals, have other loyalties, but we have a purpose or destiny as a race. Plays out individually in our reincarnations. I have to address the shadow, 4 and 5, pseudo-excellence. Man as a whole is part of the struggle to know the self. It is a cosmic dance of meaning. So Socrates started off heaven versus hell, good versus evil, no meaning there. But we are in a struggle of meaning. Cosmic dance of meaning, that ends when there is nothing left to learn. And the race of man ends in that state no longer of man, but that to which he's joined. So there is a leveling up of our species, even just as there are leveling ups of ousia, or ideas of one, or ideas of self, through the ox-herding pictures and hypotheses of Parmenides. And by the way, all of this explanation is nothing other than the logos, which would be the third hypothesis. So our reading and reflection of this is our participation in the third hypothesis, which is neat, considering the fourth is our ignorance and third is our mean term that we develop. So our purpose to move from belief to understanding through the third hypothesis, or the logos, we are doing right now. The logos drives the chariot of our soul and leads us to the mighty doors of justice. So we talked about the 8th ox, or the second hype, the middle term in that threesome, understanding mind and self. One of the aspects is justice, and we've been talking a lot about justice. Why is it all? What's the nature of injustice? To be ruled by the pathologos, for the lesser to rule the greater. What's the nature of justice? To be ruled by the logos. But you can experience the ultimate of logos in that ultimate experience. But as we say in the ox herding picture number 8, there are footprints. In other words, you go through it as a doorway. Mind itself has its source. So that's a passageway to the true eternal. That's what makes us a sage. So it's this journey through the hypes and the oxes, through the logos or dialectic, which is our participation in providence, that leads us to the direct experience and understanding of true justice, which itself is a doorway to the source or self. That's what it means to be a sage. So many other staff bearers wear the big robes, claim to speak for Jeebus or Lord Xenu or Spaghetti Monster or whoever the fuck, but a true sage is someone who's going through or has gone through this journey. We here, you don't have to even be at the end. If you've gone through enough to be able to use your level of vision and understanding of the logos, self and mind, and your level of vision and understanding of the pathologos, false idea of the self, and midwifery, or beliefs, whatever level that you've got, if you can use it, ride the bull, number 6, ox herding picture, to benefit someone else. Now there is a principle, it has been said that except for certain situations, pretty much, generally speaking, you can only help someone up to the level that you've reached yourself. But if you've reached level 3 of the oxes, you could help someone in 1 or 2. Does that make you a sage? Not if you've stopped and you think only 3. But so long as you're in the game still learning, you'd be a sage, wouldn't you? If you can function that way. At least you're participating in some kind of mastery and providence. So we can carry that as a question. But at least someone who's gone through the whole journey would be a sage, of course, like Socrates, who can speak as he is doing through the logos the source of this kind of reflection is the Logos, and it's the Logos that drives the chariot of our soul, leads us to justice and through to the self or the eternal. The difficulty that we face, it's an old problem, says Soc. If you want to make some teaching private, so you can call it a strange, esoteric teaching, all you got to do is state it clearly and simply. That's what we're doing. We're just stating a truth clearly and simply, having fun with joy and whimsy.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike one?
Childlike wonder dudes. But where's our 50,000 viewers? Dirty Asmongold has them. And Hassan Piker. They have stolen all of our viewers. Or we've done it to ourselves because we're stating the truth clearly and simply. By the way, have you heard somebody say, well, Socrates was so wise because he said he didn't know anything, and I'm dumb, so I'm as wise as Socrates? No. What I concluded was, what I do not know, I do not think I do. That's a statement about pathologos, the fourth hypothesis, the first oxiding picture, our ignorance as human beings. Because what do believers do? They take pseudo-excellence or the appearance of knowing as knowing. They don't know shit, but they think they do. Be it billionaires with their sycophants around them, be there politicians, again with their systems of corruption around them, be there religious people, again with their history of indoctrination and oppression and violence around them. They think they know shit they don't. Socrates says he's wiser than those jabronis because what I do not know, I do not think I do. That's the quote. Tell your grandma on Facebook who keeps sharing the misinterpretation. Okay, so that's going back to the idea of what it means to be a mystic or a sage. So, that journey, is there a mean term? Is it the gap? Says Jesus. Can you go through, so you've gone through the hypotheses twice. Can you go through them one more time? Why not? Jesus says, yes, sure I will. The insight into that gap, the mean term, stayed with me for a long time. I came to realize that the assumptions we make about time and motion and rest clearly presuppose the second hypothesis. For there to be time unfolding, change, motion and rest, there has to be some model or cause or source for it, and not just as its cause or source, but to maintain it, and for there to be a intelligibility, each moment to fit along with the last, so that my shirt doesn't become blue in the next moment. It has to be profoundly intelligent and capable in its creation. So we can learn about the nature of mind, or the second or the eighth oxiding picture, by reflecting on our experience through time. With another step, I was able to see that the second hypothesis can be seen in turn as necessitating the categories of the first, for the second to have the ability to create each moment according to a model of the whole, using part and whole and same and different and time and out of time and rest and motion and what am I missing, like and unlike, and beauty and injustice and goodness and its distorted shadow in their pathologos, pseudo beauty, pseudo justice, pseudo goodness, and to be able to create a lesser, greater, and whole or ultimate or false, true, and the truth. All of these categories that we have been defining in our reading of the second hypothesis, that is understandable and experienceable, necessary for our physical world of time, they all had to come from somewhere. if this is the greatest experience of those things, state of mind of being, that we use with understanding, so that's the knowledge. Remember, a doctor has to have the knowledge that he has to skillfully use to benefit his patients. So there's our knowledge and understanding. If the second hypothesis is the knowledge, its most skillful use is the creation of physical time where souls can evolve. The greatest kind of doctor, the doctor of reality, Doctor Strange, speaking of Time Lord, then those categories inherent in that model or intelligence have to come from somewhere. It has to have a source, but it has to be beyond existence if that's pure existence. So there is a kind of categories or logos, or to use the music analogy from earlier, a structure of ordered harmony within the understandable system that transcends experience. So earlier he was saying that first hypothesis, the source of mind, that is the source of understanding and providence, that source can only be described in negatives. Because all of the negatives are to do with experience, the experience of whole and part, either in time or in mind, which is outside of time but still exists. Oneness, eighth ox. So you can say you can negate any experience of those things, but those experiences had to come from somewhere. If the second hypothesis or mind is self looking at itself in a mirror, when you look at yourself in the mirror, say, well, that's not me over there. My left arm isn't my right arm, and I'm not a flat two-dimensional thing. And it's missing all my thoughts and my dreams and my intelligence and my will. But that reflection has to come from somewhere. The things needed for that reflection of myself in the mirror has to have a source that is beyond the two-dimensional mirror reflection. So two, analogy, the second hypothesis necessitates the categories of the first. Everything that's reflected into mind or being or intelligence has to exist in a higher kind of way, just like everything you see in the mirror has to exist in a higher kind of way in you as a person. So there is an inherent logos or intelligibility to the self that transcends everything leading up to it, or walking through the doorway of justice to true eternity. Or moving from the ox, unity with the ox, man, rope, and ox unified in the eighth ox, moving through that to the source, the ninth highest ox heading picture. So, the gap is our method. There's our mean term, our dialectic, our method. And through that we can reflect and understand that time necessitates, for us to have that ability to learn and become better or participate in providence, that's understanding, that's the gap, presupposes its source, the second, which presupposes its source of its categories, the first. So on reflection, it can be seen that the idea of the one at the top, pure being number two, and the soul, ideally functioning providentially, can form a triad. It's this threesome. Dumb, easy joke.
What the hell's wrong with you people? You sick freaks.
Sorry, I was a bit of a sick freak.
Hey man, wouldn't some kind of future where people have all their whatever basic needs met of shelter, all this crap, and they could do whatever the hell they want, wouldn't that be good? No,
Yes.
it wouldn't.
No. What?
You have the brain of a child if you think that.
If you think that, you've
It's a
got
total shit show.
a brain of a child. It's just a shit show. So the triad or threesome of the first three hypotheses that we've nailed down 3 times. Funny that. We've had 3 reflections of the hypotheses, culminating in a ideal recognition or state of being of the one self, state of being of mind and a functioning of the soul. The idea of, which is the top three, the idea of hypotheses, the idea of being is the notion we have called ousia. It's what we've also been reflecting on today. Knowing itself as being. By the way, are we reflecting on ourselves? When we talk to our regular normies or believers, asking them simple questions about, hey, what's your vision of reality? Or, hey, where did you get your beliefs? Or, hey, how have your dreams been? Or, hey, have you noticed that state of mind you're in? That could be a kind of ousia or self-reflection that's new to them, which would be a kind of leveling up. We are learning the ox pictures and these hypotheses are all of the stages so we can have it as a map. But the idea of being is the greatest experience of ousia because you're completely turning around, or man, rope, and ox are oneness. Mind minding mind. It is the major idea of in both the second and third. There we go. Second in experience, third in functioning. Knowledge and understanding, the two together, wisdom. Just like its shadow, 4 and 5, belief and rejection of mind together can be seen as the nature of ignorance. Going over these ideas is a contemplation. That's why we carry that with the true staff bearers. And the more sincerely we enter into it, repeating it 3 times or 3 episodes for us, the more it comes to be the soul's preparation for vision. So we are doing our purpose. If we're going through the steps we need to go to reach our purpose. By the way, make sure it's your own. Make sure it's your own personally meaningful goal. I can't tell you your purpose. We are discovering that there is a single purpose for all of us, but you have to decide it. What's your purpose? Otherwise, you'll get wrapped up in the pathologos of other people's pseudo-purposes. Billionaires will use you as a slave. Religious people will use you as a slave. Politicians will use you as a slave. Parents will use you as a slave. Why? Because the pathologos seeks rulership over the better. The worse seeks rulership over the better. That's their ignorance. So too, you have to decide, I want to be my best. Or as the chorus or the haters drinking the haterade have been saying, I'm curious about this idea of logos and how it's linked to perfection. So you've got to decide. Be the ruler of your soul. Or be the kind of soul that says, I want the self through mind and the logos of providence and dialectic to rule my soul. So, the gap or providence necessitates the second necessitates there's categories within the first. Some mysterious way, a huge question for us. The 3 form a triad of 1, pure being and soul. Capital S, by the way, that's interesting. Somehow when you've reached this level of being, you have recognized that there is a single soul. Just like there's a single mind and a single self. Makes more sense of this idea of man and rope and bull unifying as a oneness, which wouldn't make sense if there was a manyness of different souls. So lots to wonder about and take as questions under our belts. The first 3 hypotheses. The idea of being you can also call ousia. It's the major idea behind the second and third. Going over these ideas is a contemplation, and the more sincerely you do it, the more it becomes your soul's little s preparation for vision. The other hypotheses, 5 through 9, I have noted. Jesus, so your reflections created the conditions for your search. Ousia is the conditions for our learning and understanding. And the search brought you to the practice of mind coming to know the mind. Minding mind. I like that because it is a contemplation that begins and ends in true philosophy. What's true philosophy? The dialectic. To explore ideas of the self. To see for yourself. And what do you get at the end? a mastery of true philosophy. Is this a philosophical channel? No, it's the philosophical channel. And in that definition of true philosophy, you can see why. True philosophy, using your own mind to reflect on the nature of self, to come to understand all of the ideas of self that are experienced as different stages of being and stages of mind, that you can move through as a soul, learning, evolution, growth, to come to an ultimate state of being where you are the one self. Your state of mind is pure being, or usia, and your functioning is as the single soul, functioning providentially through understanding or the dialectic. So, this reflection created the conditions for your search, says Jesus to Socrates, and your search brought you to the practice of mind, coming to know the mind. I like that because it is a contemplation that begins and ends with true philosophy. There you are, my friend. There's your answer. And it is that which culminates in vision. It's not just an opinion or a theory or even an understanding or a hypothesis. It culminates in vision. You'd verify it for yourself directly. Notice that it includes all the ways mind communicates to us. Becoming the observer and letting go of the oneself. Not really. Coming to know the true nature of self. By going through the stages of reflection of self through understanding. So it's a development of understanding, but that's called following the logos, because that's the name for the understandability of reality. But at every stage, you will face a fight back, a counterattack by the beliefs you carry, because belief functions in opposition to understanding. So any belief you have about yourself, reality, will try and stop you. So we're learning how to understand. We're moving from belief, the ignorance that's the cause of human suffering, sexist beliefs, racist beliefs, religious beliefs, political beliefs. Notice how they all do harm. They don't seem to benefit. But to actually help someone like a doctor, they need understanding. To fix your toaster, you need understanding. So why don't we also recognize it applies to the soul? So we're moving from our belief, which surfaces to stop us from the kind of reading we do here. And we're learning to understand its cause and source to free ourselves from our own blocks and ignorance and suffering, while at the same time learning the truth about self and reality, recognizing that there are stages of development in that journey, moving through them to reach a recognition of oneself, the experience of pure mind, divine luminosity, and its ideal functioning as a dialectician, or to use understanding to help others through that same journey. And by the way, mind is constantly communicating to us about our pathologos, false beliefs about self, and the logos, the truth about self. All we are doing is learning how to listen, which is also how we read. So we're learning how to read in a new way by reading these books. Socrates, bring him in. We did cover much ground, Jesus, and included many ideas. And there are some we left out, didn't we? We will need to go back, review them, as they've done on this channel for about 3 or 4 episodes, and see how they may fit into our hierarchy of philosophers. Remember, we have been reflecting on the lineage we're in. Where did true philosophy start? Where did it end? And where are we picking it up from? We have seen is an understanding of oneself a justification of ego? Now, ego is a funny word. I think often when people think of ego, they think about the image or mask of themselves. The ego we can better define as the pathologos, the false image of yourself that you carry and identify with, the mask that you see through. So we are trying to surface that because we don't see it. We don't see it because we didn't come to the conclusion in words. It's an imitation from our upbringing. But we do learn about it by seeing how it functions. It functions to block our learning of the logos, or the skill of logos and understanding called the dialectic. It blocks you from your goals, sabotages you. So when we find it's the source of those blocks or sabotaging, just as we read with Socrates, he saw that for there to be time and space, which participates in motion, rest, whole, and parts, a whole bunch of categories. Whoops. So as we just read, Socrates said for reflecting on the existence of time, and that there is a mind communicating to us in all possible ways for our development, there must be a source of that. Reality. And reality as a model, experienced as oneness, the greatest experience, beauty itself, experienced as bliss, knowing yourself as eternity. That has those categories that we use for our physical world. Everything is this chicken is a whole chicken, and it has parts. It's got a beak and it's got feeties. It's in motion. When it stops, it's at rest. So those categories have to exist as a oneness, but for that experience of oneness or being has to have its source, the self. In a similar way, it's by the functioning of our problems that surface when we read in this way that we can see there must be a false belief. So functioning to reality, or a belief about reality that we must be carrying that blocks us, because your blocks are different than my blocks. Your distractions will be different than my distractions. Your other choices of goals other than reading this kind of stuff will be different than mine. So we carry it and we identify with it as self. So while we're here to know the self, while also knowing its intelligence as being and functioning through that as understanding, what blocks us is our false idea of self, our false belief of reality, and our false functioning called the pathologos. So we do both. So the ego, or the image of the self, would be the thing we're trying to remove to free ourselves from our problems, but also our prison of reincarnation. Because it's having a false, according to what we've been reading in the text, it's because of this false idea of self we've been limited from further development to higher levels of reality, causing us to reincarnate into the physical world. In the sense of, should we try to dissect ourselves to create a separation of illusion or delusion? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, separate the, to quote the ox herding pictures. Currently, we're also looking at the ox herding pictures because there are a series of stages that depict what it feels like to go through that development. So one of the ox herding pictures talks about separating the gold from the dross. The wheat from the chaff. Yeah, surfacing, separating the illusion from what's real. Thoughts on perspective and context? I don't understand that question. Can you provide more context about your question? So as you answer that, I'll keep going, because we do both. So where are we? We've talked about the whole game started with the idea of knowing the self. And in around 800 BC, we get Homer, who shows the story of Achilles, the worst possible human being, going through these journey of these hypotheses, through the stages of the ox herding pictures, to solve his problems, perfect his excellence, and reach the ideal state of man. In other words, everyone can do it. We've only been able to see that in Homer for the last 50 years because, well, last 10, 20 years, because all of the past translations of Homer have been garbage. Because the translators have been blocked from the logos. In other words, just because you know English doesn't mean you can translate a medical textbook if you know fuck all about medicine. So thankfully we have the Balboa translation that allows us to read the story of Achilles. And as of this week, we have the first few books of the Odyssey, which talks about not only someone who has a state of wisdom going through the addressing of his pathologos ignorance, but it talks about the ideal woman, because women are also on the same journey but face greater odds. They have to deal with all of men's bullshit too. So Penelope has to not only develop her understanding of self, mind, and dialectic, purify her pathologos idea of self, her pathologos beliefs about reality, and her problem functioning, her problems. She has to know enough about it to see it in others, so that when Odysseus comes back from his journey, she has to judge that he's not only wise, but he has addressed his pathologos before she shares her life and her bed with him. She has to win the battle without joining the fight. So, we have a story from 800 BC that we've only been able to read in the last week, or the first 5 books at least, giving us the ideal of woman. From that tradition, let's say, I'm going to just throw some random dates. I'm not quite sure, but let's say, what would it be? Let's say 500. These are average dates. Around 500, is it even that? We have the first philosophy that we've ever gotten written down from Xenophanes. Okay, let's get it right. Let's find the dates. Let's not just guess. Paradox. Paradox is what I mean. Perspective and context. Paradox. What do you mean? I still don't understand. What specifically are you thinking about that brought these? Oh, here we go. My understanding of the paradox is the human experience creates the paradox because of the limited vantage point. Perspective to truth is truth to the individual, but not necessarily true. Right. So one of the possible ideas you can have about reality is that everything is based on perception or opinion. There is no truth. Right? There is no truth. It's all a matter of perspective. Okay? Where's my... So, because it's a denial of truth, it would go under the negative hypotheses. So the hypotheses of Parmenides outline all of the possible views you can have about truth, self, and reality. It starts with the first hypothesis, which is Parmenides, Socrates' teacher, says, hey, it's going a bit further. The first hypothesis is from myself, about myself. It's the self. It's a pure one that's also the self. Now, Parmenides is not just declaring it as an opinion. He's not debating anyone. He's leading the youngest person in Socrates' crew of bros, his homies, step by step to define a pure one that applies to the self, or define a pure self that you can use to understand the one, because that's those two ideas that are brought together in the first hypothesis. The self that we want to know. We want to know the self. What's the self? Aristotle goes along with it, but he goes, oh yeah, I follow, but I don't reckon it's true. I don't think that's likely. So instead of addressing his pathologos blocks to accepting what he has just understood for himself, Parmenides does something else. He goes, you know what? I'm going to address every other possible view of self and reality that you can possibly have. So what if the self exists? If the self is. Notice a pure one doesn't have existence, because that would be something itself having the quality of existence. That would be 1 plus 1. That would be two things. That's not a pure one. That's not the self. Therefore, it has to be has to transcend existence. You could say, well, self can't be big, because that would be a quality. That's two things. It's not a one self. It's not the one. So it has to transcend all qualities as its source. If the self is, what would it be to experience the self, to experience pure existence? That's the second hypothesis. What we have just seen as, in the text we just read it as, divine luminosity, as mind knowing itself, as ousia, as the truth of reality, as reality. In fact, our job in reading is to find all of the words that define it and make our own dialectical story about it, because that's how we nail it down in our own understanding. By the way, that's experienced as knowingness, oneness. So there's your idea of everything is a matter of human perspective through the human senses destroyed, because this is something you experience when you separate your consciousness from your physical senses. And ousia, which is a Greek word we need to turn around and know mind as mind. Divine luminosity. It's also there are 10 stages of enlightenment in the ox-herding pictures of Zen Buddhism. It's number 8. So if there is this objective, knowable experience of reality, there goes perspective. By the way, this is philosophy. This is metaphysics. Understanding that within this oneness, by the way, if it's a oneness, it must be a whole. Now, the one self isn't a whole because doesn't have parts, but it must be a whole of all parts for it to be a oneness. If it's the model of everything in reality, it must be out of time. But if it's the model for everything that will exist through evolution, it must include everything in time. So we're developing a list of terms: whole, part, out of time, in time. Those terms, that's metaphysics. To tell a story about them using characters, that's mythology. When you make some of those characters gods, that's theology. Theology is a mythological representation of the aspects of pure mind that you can know yourself. By the way, it's one thing to have an experience of it, but it's also important to understand it. That's the third hypothesis. Understanding. Or the functioning of mind. The functioning of mind, which is also providence. Because this mind functions through the gap to create each moment, but to create each moment in a way where everything is understandable. So if you want to pay attention, you can solve your problems. If you want to pay attention, you can evolve, you can learn, you can reach the truth, you can reach these higher hypotheses. That intelligent care is called providence. What Socrates just said is, this is the mean term that allows us to move from ignorance to enlightenment. Now, you could also say there is a shadow of knowing reality, or knowing. Ever met a guy in a fancy dress wearing a big tall hat claiming to know about reality? Ever met a politician claiming to know about justice? Ever met a billionaire claiming to know how to rule the world or how economy should work? Ever met a rabbi, minister, priest, imam, preacher, minister, cult leader? What do they all have in common? They don't know shit, but they claim to know. But what they actually say is, it's just my belief. The fourth hypothesis is a wall of belief. That is the shadow or imitation of knowing. I know it because God told me in my dreams. I know it because I'm a billionaire. I know it because I'm Donald Trump, and the people told me I know everything and I'm the best boy. Belief. Notice, belief functions to block your understanding. Notice, whether it's capitalism, religion, or politics, it's these jabronis that are ruling our world. Notice, there is a different kind of person who says, you know what? I might have grown up in belief or religion, but I'm not into that anymore. And if everyone who's been talking about God or the divine or truth have been these religious liars and scammers, who've all been doing the same thing, manipulating people's personal beliefs to oppress them, to rule over them, to take their shit, then there mustn't be a God. Or if there is, it has nothing to do with us. Disconnection. Or dualism. We call it strict dualism. There's a strict disconnection between everything knowable in mind or reality and us as little peons, little ants. We are but specks of dust to God. The strict dualism. So if these two hypotheses are wisdom, if this is wisdom, these two together, the second and third hypothesis from Parmenides to Socrates, explained step by step, completely rationally, no appeals to authority or beliefs or opinions, just pure reason. If these together is wisdom, knowing and understanding, knowledge and understanding, if that's wisdom, make some space on the board, then we can equally say belief and that which opposes mind. We can't know the mind, just shut up. The establishment left wing who is not stopping the fascists, because who's to say that would be where your position was? Everything is a matter of opinion. There's no right or wrong. If there was, who are we to say? We are just ants. Let the fascists take over. Let the capitalists feed the orphans into the orphan crushing machine for their profits. Let the Jewish religious people murder the Palestinians. Let the Nazis take over America. Because everything is a matter of perspective. Their perspective is just as true as us. We can't know anything. We are dum-dums. There's no understanding. If you want to call yourself a dentist, we can't understand the truth about dentistry. It's all a matter of perspective. Grab a hammer, start whacking children in the face. You're as much as a dentist as I am. Who's to say nothing is anything? Fifth hypothesis. We can take these two together and say, hey, that's ignorance. That's the nature of human ignorance. And when these people claim rulership over others. They can't benefit anyone. To benefit, you need to know the truth or have some knowledge of the art. To fix someone's engine, you better know it as a whole, and you better understand the parts, and you better use that knowledge and understanding to benefit the car. Otherwise, you're corrupt. Notice whether it's our economic system with the capitalists, whether it's our political system with the right-wingers and the left-wing douchebags who don't do anything, establishment leftists, or whether it's religion, it's all these people in belief that oppose actual knowing and understanding that are in charge. That's the nature of the injustice we suffer in our world. So while above the line is the use of ousia, self-reflection, in time with understanding, that's the learning. This is the best we can do. This is our highest functioning in time. The highest functioning out of time is to know it as a whole. That's the best use of ousia. And of course, it's not just reflecting on yourself, it's understanding yourself. So ousia and logos, our ability to reflect on ourselves and our ability to use words to understand, that's what makes us evolved, more evolved than cabbages and caterpillars and cows. We can understand our ignorance as the opposite. A block to ousia, anti or no reflections or stagnation. There's no learning, no growth, and the pathologos. So we call that the zombie virus or NPCs, because you have a little bit of self-reflection, enough to reflect on your beliefs and play out the NPC script from your childhood upbringing, the way that you lived growing up. Ever notice that Christian babies are from Christian parents and Muslim babies have Muslim parents? It's the false beliefs you get from childhood that you play out in the world. And until we wake up to this, we will be ruled by the worst of us, causing the suffering and the extinction of our planet. But our species, but also it's our soul. Your purpose, all of our purposes, is to learn understanding, because Socrates just said that's the mean term. The method is the use of understanding, which is the use of logos and ousia in time that prepares our mind to separate from time and verify our understanding in the greatest experience of reality, truth, or mind. And by the way, you even understand that experience, because that's not the end of the game. Even that has to have a cause. That's the movement from the second to the first, leaving you with the threesome or triad of self. The threesome or triad of self. One, being, and dialectic. The skill of understanding. Or the functioning of soul, which functions through time. Its opposite, of course, is the pathologos. We all have one. That's the ego that you mentioned earlier, pathologos. So therefore, we have two functions as human beings. Well, one art to master, the dialectic, but it functions in two ways, pathologos, to surface our blocks or ignorance while we master wisdom. The use of the dialectic to the truth is philosophy. The use of dialectic to remove what's false is called philosophical midwifery, because you give birth to the stuff that you're carrying that gets in the way. And by the way, the highest kind of dialectic, exercise of understanding, that can do both is dream analysis. So therefore, the mean term, or our method, spiritual method, learning method, evolutionary method, it's all the same thing. So it's the spiritual yoga, the intellectual tradition, the evolutionary purpose, the destiny or meaning of any living beings who's reached the level of ousia and language. Any living being who can reflect on themselves and has language, they can play the game. The mean term is the dialectic, allowing us to participate in care from self and mind. Dialectic. That's the art we're here to master. Art of dialectic, which has 3 aspects. You gain a definition of it. Definition, which is the dialectic itself, or the self, S for self, self in relation to itself. You get that through philosophy. That's the reading that we do here, true philosophy. That's why we're reading. There's only a couple of true masters of philosophy. We're reading one of them. Socrates is the other. Or Homer is another one. Philosophy. Philos. Philosophy. By the way, its highest use or demonstration, once you've got enough understanding of the structure of thinking, demonstration. Once you've understood it, you can apply that self, make some room. So you've defined the dialectic itself in relation to itself, but now that thing you've just defined rolls over to the next level, you can use it, therefore you've defined it, you've used it to another, self to other. Function, how does it relate to another thing? Or how do you use it to remove what's false? That's philosophical midwifery. The greatest use of dialectic is to surface and purify the false beliefs about self, reality, and functioning that keeps you trapped in your ignorance from childhood. By the way, your childhood pathologos are what religions exploit to get you into their bullshit, what politicians exploit. MAGA appeals to the sexist, racist family beliefs of Americans, just like Hitler appeals to their duty among everything, above everything, family beliefs of German families. Same thing with the Jews and their whatever they're playing out that allows them to suffer under the Nazis and inflict the same bullshit on the Palestinians. It's always the same game, kept in a cycle. That's why it's like a zombie. There's only an NPC script you can play out. That's the belief, false image of self, or as you said, ego, false beliefs about reality and negative functioning. That's your problems. So every problem is understandable if you're reading to learn the dialectic and you apply that dialectic to your problems. So even the worst person, like Achilles in the Iliad, can become free of their problems and reach enlightenment. By the way, you won't fully master your reading of the dialectic and you won't fully remove your problems unless you division. What kind of division, what kind of master is able to play out both of these in any possible way? Express a story about your relationships, about your play, about your work, about your goals, about your reading, about everything you're doing. What knows everything about your self and pathologo self, source of your problems? That will be your guide. That's your dreams. Your dream master. Dream analysis, not interpretation, that's belief. Dream analysis to unpack the meaning of your dreams, to get the information and guidance you need to do to find the truth about self, reality, and understanding, to remove the false or pathologos. That's dream analysis. Dream analysis. By the way, there's one more stage. Once you've gone through this process, having mastered the dialectic, purified your problems, learnt to understand the communication from your dreams, to go through all of the hypotheses of Parmenides. From 5, it's all a matter of perspective and opinion, through 4, well, maybe there is a truth, but it's based on singing Kumbaya to Trump or Jesus or Elon Musk, to actually, no, that's all bullshit. There's actually understanding that benefits people. Actually, for there to be understanding, it has to be used to create our physical world. And by the way, that has to have a source. Can we know that source all at once? The second hypothesis, and by the way, if there is a divine luminosity or knowing eternity or everything all at once, what's the thing knowing it? What's the thing having that experience? The self, so you can move through those. If you've gone through that process, reached your purpose or destiny, you might want to then. So notice, it rolls on. Each of these rolls on. The definition you can use in demonstration. You can use both in every possible area. That's division. Other to others. And then having gone through all of that learning, having gone through dream analysis and its mastery, you can yourself go other back to self. You can relate back to the higher term in a new way, having learned. That's called sharing. Using your voice. Telling the truth, sharing, or mythology, because you can tell the truth in an entertaining way, like other streamers who have more viewers than me, although I don't know if they're telling the truth. Some of them are doing really well. Tell stories, create a movie, create an anime where the main character goes through all the things that you've gone through, mythology. Giving 4 aspects of the dialectic that we are here to master as our purpose or meaning of life. By the way, if it's so goddamn important, it's used to reach excellence, it's used to remove our problems, it's used to develop a relationship with our guru, our dream maker, and it allows us to help others and benefit our world and save our species even from destruction. What is it? How do we think properly? What are the categories of the dialectic we use to structure our thoughts and explore ideas? I'm glad you asked. There are 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 aspects of the dialectic. And they're on the board. By the way, when you're exploring an idea, you also can account for not just if it is, but what if any idea? Today we were exploring the dialectic, but what if there isn't a dialectic? So if it does exist, if the dialectic does exist, then there's a purpose, there's a destiny, it's this, there's an art. But what if we lived in a universe? What if we created a mythology where Spider-Man wasn't bitten by the spider? What if it doesn't exist? If not exist? What would we say about our reality? What would we say about our functioning? What would we say about how we divide up and relate to everything else? And what would be our conclusion about the world? Would our conclusion be that there's no meaning, there's no point, if there's no dialectic? If there's no dialectic, what would we say about ourselves? Then reasoning is just about debate, defending your opinions, so you can scam people and get the money, and win power, and trick people to buy your products, drink Coca-Cola. So that would be, what would the world be if it does? What would be the definition of the world? How would it function? Everyone trying to get their bag. Everyone fighting each other through belief and debate and war and capitalism. That's how it would demonstrate. What would be the result of that? How would people relate to other people or divide up? How would you relate to your friends? How would you relate to your relationships? Ever heard these kinds of sexists who don't believe in understanding because they're a trad wife or they're a believer in this or that religion? Are their relationships kind of bullshit, sexist, oppressive? How would you relate to reality? Would you think, well, if there's no understanding, there's no way for us to learn. It's all just a matter of belief and perspective and opinion, bro. Everything is nothing. We call that sometimes being black-pilled or nihilist. Conclusion. That's how you would relate to the world. Well, there's no meaning. Nihilism. Hang on a second. That means this dialectic, that's the purpose of our life through time, the use of ousia and logos through time, the art that benefits us, that's our purpose as human beings. And if we don't realize this, we will allow the ignorant to rule the world. That's religion, right-wing politics, capitalism, fascism, giving us 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, you know what? We won't start with 1. Let's just for fun imagine, well, let's just for fun start with 2. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. By the way, 6, 7, 8, 9 is just the denial of what we have here, if it doesn't exist. That gives us 2, 3, 4, 5. There is also the 6th hypothesis, 7th hypothesis, 8th hypothesis of Parmenides to Socrates, and the 9th, showing that the dialectic expressed in its highest way when Socrates tracked down his teacher Parmenides gives us, along with the true self that is beyond even existence, 4 positive hypotheses if self is, in its truest experience, in its best functioning, in its distortion in belief, in its rejection in the 5th. There is a reality but doesn't touch us, along with the 4 possible negative dialectic states of mind. Nihilism we've already talked about as number 9, the worst possible nihilism. And you could also have fun finding all the other possible. Where does materialism, where does relativism, where does Marxism, where do all the other isms fit in? The 9 different possible ways of thinking, possible types of cultures, possible types of societies, each of which you apply to yourself, giving you all of the possible feeling states, states of mind, levels of enlightenment you can or cannot access, all based on the dialectic of 1 that relates to the self. In other words, there are also 9 possible ideas of 1. Why is that important? Because you are something and you care about yourself. To know yourself is our goal. So if your idea of 1 and everything is a 1, this is 1 chicken. For me to know this chicken, I have to have an idea of 1. So if your idea of 1 is limited, like your idea of 1 is the 4th hypothesis, oh yeah, there's a 1 that exists, but it's just a collection of parts in a whole, then that's the limit to how you can know yourself. That's why religious people get together in a group and sing Kumbaya to Trump or Jeebus or Hitler or whoever else. That's their high, and by the way, they don't say, oh, that's an interesting game. They say, I am a Christian, I am a Jew, I am a Muslim. They identify this level of 1 with the self, putting them in that stage of ignorance, allowing us to understand the nature of human ignorance, be it Nazism or Trumpism or Judaism or Christianity, all of those isms that keep us locked in ignorance. That's the cause of tremendous human oppression, violence, suffering, causes the pages of human history to be soaked in blood. Each one of them is understandable in this map that Socrates got from his teacher Parmenides. That's the dialectic applied to development. Understood down here. 8 categories. And of course, its cause, the one self. So that idea that everything is just a matter of opinion could be the 5th. Or if you think, well, you know what? I don't even think opinions are real. You've rejected everything as opinion, you're in the ninth. Not only is it not opinion, there's not even opinion. We're all just brains in a vat. So every possible perspective that you can have will fit on this map. Our job is to, wherever we start, whether we start as a nihilist in the ninth or a materialist. So the rejection of belief, believers think there is a divine, but the closest we can get is to be a part of a group. Christians, Muslims, Jews, by the way, they're always in opposition to unity. They're always killing each other, oppressing their members, stealing their money, sexually abusing members, etc., etc. Same with capitalists, same with politicians. So if you reject that, the eighth hypothesis, yeah, there is a collection of parts into a whole, but it's not to do with the divine. We're just physical atoms, materialism. So you have nihilism there, materialism here. You can find everything on the map. So your idea of is everything relative to perspective, you could find on this map somewhere. Your job is to find where it is and move from wherever you are up that ladder. That's called personal development. Don't stay where you are. But if you understand your position, you can free yourself from it. That's learning. Let me check in with the chat. Problems are all a matter of perspective. Is one of those positions. No, problems are understandable. By the way, if you believe it's a matter of perspective, me telling you that you will dismiss, because that's just my perspective. Me saying, no, there is a truth, that's your perspective. That's why you have to do it yourself. You have to learn the dialectic. Because each one of these hypotheses have their own logic. For example, nihilist, someone even lower than that, even lower than it's all perspective. They'll say, hey, even your belief that everything is perspective falls down because that's just your perspective. So if everyone's just perspectiving, then there's no truth. By the way, if there's no truth, then maybe even your idea of yourself is just a perspective or an illusion. And maybe that doesn't even exist. Nihilism. There's a kind of logic there. And anything that you say to them to get them out of the depression of nihilism or the ninth, they could reject. Because, hey, you're just an illusion. Why would I listen to your bullshit? Just like someone who thinks everything is perspective, that's just your perspective. Why would I listen to your bullshit? Just like in the fourth hypothesis, Christians to Jews, that's just your stupid ass belief. I'm going to murder you because my God told me so. That's the Abrahamic. The basis of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam is Abraham. The underlying analogy is, as Abraham was instructed to murder his child, so too the children of Abraham, be they Jews, Christians, or Muslims, do as they're told, including killing. So for us to say, no, all beliefs are problematic, because belief is a cognitive function that rejects understanding, that will allow you to see the truth. Imagine if you said, hey, fixing an engine is a matter of perspective. If you say the gas plug goes above the carburetor, that's just your perspective. There is no understanding. Third hypothesis. And by the way, for there to be an understanding of how to actually fix my engine, there better be some blueprints of an engine. Second hypothesis. I believe it's all perspective, so I reject you. Let me fix my engine. Ever tried it? Doesn't fucking work. That's why it's important for you to care. Only when you have a car yourself that you need to drive to get somewhere will you recognize that everything is a matter of perspective doesn't work. Because you actually have to fix your car. That's why real philosophy is about self. You have to care about your problems. You have to care about the purpose of your life and your excellence, the reason you're here. You have to set the goal. You have to care about what happens when you die and the work that you do and how it will affect your reincarnation. Otherwise, you can play silly buggers and say, well, everything's a matter of perspective. Or, ninth hypothesis, nothing is anything. Really? Nothing is anything? What about when you need to drive to work? Really? That everything is a matter of perspective? What if you need to drive to work and you need your car fixed? So while we can understand this ourselves, and if we are here because we want to solve our problems, remove injustice, help our friends, and also reach our true purpose of reality, we have to find a way of connecting with others based on what's meaningful to them. That's important. True philosophy is about your self-development. One of the issues we face is philosophy in our current world is fucking bullshit. It's the opposite. It's run by the ignorant. If you learn philosophy at school, or if you go to any other YouTube channel, maybe apart from one or two others, they're all in ignorance. Stoicism, debates, horseshit. Debates aren't about learning or moving through the dialectic. It's about defending your own bullshit beliefs and ignorance. That's a difficulty, because we are trying to share the truth about philosophy, because it's our purpose as living beings. But again, it has to be personally meaningful to you. In other words, you have to start by trying to know the self. That's the beginning. Problems of perspective. No, we've addressed that. What's beyond human experience? Understanding, of course, is beyond experience. There are principles in reality that apply always, so the second and third is beyond experience. One person's problem is another blessing. No. Problems have a definition. You can give it a different definition, but that wouldn't be a problem. A problem is specifically, if that's your purpose, like if your goal is to get to the shop and get the lovely meat pie, and there's someone, and your car is broken down, that's a problem. It's something that blocks you from reaching your intended goal. You can say, well, that's another person's blessing. No, that's just, I don't know, what would you call that? Oprah Winfrey bullshit? But maybe I didn't want to eat the pie. No, you did. That's your goal. That's why it has to be meaningful. It's a problem. Now, the problems we're after is not just a one-off thing like your car breaks down, but every time I want to do something meaningful or good, every time I want to talk to the girl I have a crush on, every time I want to apply for that promotion, every time I have an assignment due, every time I want to read or tune into this channel, there is something that keeps happening. So it's a repeating block to your meaningful goals. That's a problem. Again, you won't surface your problems unless you set a meaningful goal. Yourself has to be the ruler of your own soul. You can't accept religion because that's someone else telling you bullshit. Your goal is to praise Jesus. Your goal is to donate to the megachurch. Your goal is to wear Mormon underpants. Your goal is to kill Palestinians for the Jewish people. Bullfucking shit. You have to set your goal. Because if you set your goal, you'll be able to recognize the repeating cycles of blocks. That becomes the material for philosophical midwifery, just as our reading of the Logos becomes the material for its organization through the dialectic for philosophy. So in other words, if the dialectic is the structure of understanding, in philosophy we need some terms, like you can't learn to be a mechanical engineer unless you're reading the mechanical book about engines and carburetors and gas plugs. So too, the reading we do here gives us the material that we can organize in this dialectic, for if it is, for if it isn't, to master the dialectic. The material for the dialectic applied to organize and gain understanding to free yourself from your problems. That's midwifery. The material are those repeating cycles of problems or blocks that arise. So that's what a problem is. There's actually a definition. It isn't just, perspective. But again, don't believe me. You have to set a goal. You have to try and master one of these texts we're reading. You have to find the blocks that arise. Now, it doesn't have to be a text to begin with. Any problem, any meaningful goal you have. But eventually it will have to become mastering the text, because to completely surface all of your blocks to self, you have to be seeking the self. So don't give up. When you're starting to have some success in removing your problems to reaching this goal or this goal, keep going, because the ultimate goal is to know the self. Don't give up halfway. Does God exist in your perspective? Yes. It's no, God will be, well, so we don't want to use the word God because it's loaded by belief. So you can apply all these different beliefs to what God is. We want to know the nature of divine intelligence through understanding. That's the third hypothesis. That's the dialectic applied to truth, but also verify it in direct experience. It's your mind knowing itself as pure mind. But you could also say, well, that's the creator God. It's the creator of each moment. But by the way, if God has intelligence and knowingness and care, these are all qualities that have to exist in a oneness. For there to be a bunch of qualities, they also have to have a cause. So the idea of self is beyond the idea of God. So what God is just a mythological, or using metaphor and analogy to tell stories about the second hypothesis. That's theology. It's not literal. If you were to take it literally, the Greeks would call you a savage. Ever notice that people who take stories about the divine literally, like there's literally a god in the sky telling you to kill that person and give money, notice how they act like fucking savages? Kill each other, oppress women, inflict child abuse on children? Do as I say, you go to hell. There's literally a god in the sky watching you and making sure you shouldn't masturbate. Savages. So again, that's an answer. It's not going to mean anything to you until you get into the game yourself, develop an understanding of it yourself, use that understanding to remove your own false beliefs, and that prepares your mind to experience the divine directly. But once again, the method or the art is the dialectic or understanding. So even when you've purified your beliefs, perfected your understanding, experienced the divine or reality or mind, you then have to apply, well, you have to, but you're supposed to apply their understanding even to that, to realize that even that has to have its source. That's the first hypothesis, our goal, to know the self. Giving us a triad of knowing yourself as the one self, having that intelligence or the memory or the experience of that intelligence, and to be able to function through understanding to benefit others in that same journey, because it's the same journey for all of us. That's the triad of self. That we've just read in the text, by the way. All we're doing is summarizing where we're at. Everything is and isn't at the same time. Well, the thing about the negative dialectic is, it collapses. So if you reject true philosophy, you'll end up saying, actually, true philosophy has to exist. So these don't actually exist. Same thing with these hypotheses. So Socrates says, hey, by the way, if there is a one self, it creates, it's like the sun. It generates brilliant luminosity of mind, allowing self to know itself as mind. By the way, that functions as understanding. But as souls develop through ignorance to address their false beliefs about self and learn, it manifests as belief. And those who grew up in a belief and reject belief without addressing the problems caused by belief, well, if this Christian shit was all terrible and sexist and racist and garbage, there mustn't be a God. So now I'm an atheist. No. Just because these guys are lying about it, just because fascists lie about justice, doesn't mean justice doesn't exist. So the expression, just as the functioning of mind is understanding, the functioning or the result of belief is to reject mind. Materialism, everything is opinion, anything that rejects truth or self or understanding or mind, anything that rejects above this line. So any one of those positions you can reject. But Socrates said if you reject any of those positions, the hypothesis, and by the way, Parmenides does a dialectic on each of these positions. So it's a dialectic as a whole, and each specific hypothesis he lays out as a dialectic too. So each of these dialectics that deny these actually ends up proving that they have to exist. Now, this isn't real. It exists as a shadow or distortion the same way your reflection isn't really you, and it distorts your left and right, and it misses all the important stuff like your dreams and your goals and your will, but it has a kind of existence. We don't have a choice. We're always changing and shifting, as is the reality we live in. Yes, the reality of time and space is called the world of being. So we can take those hypotheses and put it in a Venn diagram and say, hey, here's a good one. So if we, all of those aspects of the second hypothesis, which is true theology, true philosophy, true metaphysics, whole and part. For there to be a whole and part, they're two different things. So we can make it a Venn diagram, whole and part. But there's an overlap where you can have a oneness, a whole of all parts. And you can have a part where it's just parts and no whole. But then there's also this part here, which is a whole that is not touched by parts. So if you're using this as a model, you can recognize, hang on a second, the physical world is becoming, because everything is in change, or everything is in motion. There's no rest. Or everything is in time. You never experience anything out of time. See? Two ideas, in time, out of time, whole, part, rest, motion. So that's our physical world of becoming. So you're right, everything is in change or motion, everything is in time, in that level of reality called the physical world through your physical senses. So you're right. If you don't recognize there are true principles like 1 + 1 = 2, like gravity, like magnetic forces, or principles that you never see with your physical eyes, like Hole. You've never seen Mr. Hole walking down the street. Hello, Mr. Hole. Hello there, Billy. No. You see it as an adjective, a whole chicken. So it's this kind of reflection on your experience of your perspectives and opinions in the physical world that lead you to conclude there must be a cause of its adjectives. If this is a wholeness of chicken parts, where do we get whole from? If that's a beautiful streamer, where the heck did I get the idea of beauty? So all of the nouns exist in the realm of being. All of the principles for our physical world exist in the realm of being. That gives us a place for, hey, if your model of reality is based in here, that's belief. If your activity is based in the physical world, it's materialism or dualism. There is no truth, everything is just the physical, because all I know is the physical. What about 1 and 1 is 2? Isn't that true? No, shut up. La 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 la. By the way, ever seen beauty? Yes. Wait, did you see it as a thing or as an adjective? Well, I haven't seen beauty itself. I've only seen it applied as an adjective. Oh, how did you recognize it then? What do you mean? Well, for you to recognize it, you had to have learnt it from somewhere, right? Did you go to beauty school? No, I just sort of knew it. Oh, really? By the way, if you've never seen beauty itself, you can't have learnt it in the physical world. So where did it come from? This is the kind of reflection that Socrates went through and we can go through to see that there has to be a realm of being. So there's knowledge is the whole, or the ousia, knowing yourself completely is the ousia in the realm of being. Its activity is the logos, there's knowing and understanding. That's wisdom, and this is ignorance. But this only takes us to the third and second hypothesis. We also want to reach... We also want to reach the first. So another way of doing these Venn diagrams is to say, hang on a second. For there to be anything that exists, there has to be the thing itself, and it has to exist. So there is a kind of Venn diagram. The quality and the thing. So while our physical world is down here, the world of mind, experienced as divine luminosity, separating your soul from the physical body, or collapsing all of your physical senses into its one primary sense. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking is a question that helps for that. We're also wondering about what's the self? What's the thing that transcends even enlightenment? Or the highest stage of enlightenment? So that's the journey, giving us the first hypothesis, the second and third, and the fourth and fifth, and the rejection of each of those gives us 6, 7, 8, and 9. Our journey through those stages of development are also depicted as the ox-herding pictures. What's it like? The first and second ox-herding picture is down here. 1 and 2. Ignorance. Ignorance. States of ignorance. Defined as belief or dualism. No mind, no truth. We can't know it. 2 stages of ignorance. Once you've had a glimpse of something beyond the everyday, either through understanding, like we're doing here, there must be some principle or cause, or through a direct experience, yoga, mushrooms, various different ways you can have it. Now you're in the ox-herding pictures 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7 and 8. And we've just looked at the ox-herding picture 9. And now we're wondering what happens in 10. So that's where we are so far. I hope I'm not spamming you. If you were spamming me, I would say,
Oh, these terrible accounts, man.
Ugh, trash.
you're a trash account.
But that's funny. It's like the whole business model is like, hey, we can trick the platforms.
Trick
and
the
then
platforms.
hopefully we can trick people into thinking that these are real people.
Real
to
people.
do like this.
To do like that. That's what I say to spammers. And then when a spammer comes on, I say,
Unbelievable sluts these days.
oh my God, these days. But I haven't said that, so I don't think you're a spam. These are good questions. It allows us to review where we are so far in the book. We are about 120 episodes in, because the book fucking bangs. It's the best book I think has ever been written. At least top 5. Goals come from the one self, right? Yes. Very good. Now, a lot of people might not be at the level that you're at. So if you're helping your friends, you might encourage them, no, what's something you really care about? You know, I've always wanted to play the violin. That would be a good starting point. But yeah, ultimately it comes down to knowing the self, or the one self. Yep. Letting source work through as a pure vessel. Ooh, now that's an interesting idea. Don't throw it away. But don't become attached to it either. That's part of the process. Don't attach and don't reject. Carry it in your inventory as a question. What would be the ideal functioning of self? Would it be knowing the self and allowing it to function like a vessel? Question. Take that question as we read, and everything that you read that relates to that question, write it down somewhere. Well, not in the same place. Because you can take notes from the text, not the beliefs you're carrying. That's why we have to read the texts. And craft those ideas from the texts in that dialectic structure we've been talking about to create a hypothesis. This is the hero's journey. As you said, to know the self. But the method along the way is to carry in your hero's inventory a bunch of questions and bunch of hypotheses. And as you go and continue to read and apply what you've been reading, and you'll start to notice yourself changing and being able to reach higher goals. Some hypotheses work, some don't. But notice, we're not attaching it to it. We're not attached, I am a Christian, I am a Jew. No, it's just a hypothesis. As we learn and read, we can sharpen our questions, like sharpening a sword in your inventory, make them more pure. By the way, to carry a question is to be on a quest. If you can continuously carry that question and not get distracted, that's meditation, formally, sustained focus on an idea about reality or self, with an open-minded curiosity. sustained, that's meditation. But if you sustain that question, meditation, if you sustain that meditation, it becomes contemplation, where you actually join with it, allowing you to have greater experiences of reality. Therefore, this hero's journey of questions and hypotheses as we read to know the self and purify our false idea of self is also the spiritual journey, which is why Socrates says many are the staff bearers who claim to be mystics, but the only true mystics are us philosophers here. So good idea, keep it. Thoughts about Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. Good question. That takes us back to where we are. So I'm carrying that question and I'm going to answer it as we go back to where we're reading in the book. Here we go. So Socrates says, hang on a second. Good reflection, dudes. We need to go back and review this idea or map that we've reviewed 3 times in the book and 3 episodes on the series of the hypotheses, apply them to our hierarchy of philosophers. We can include Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung in it because that was the question. So let's do that. But first, all right, so we're back. So the lineage. Oh, and we got some dates to throw up there as well, so it's a win-win.
It's a win. 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 It's a win.
Win-win-win-win-win. So let's find the lineage that we are in right now. So where are we? Speaking of being in time, where are we in time? This game began from the idea of knowing the self. So as we were saying to our friend in chat, you won't be able to challenge your ideas unless you are actually genuinely seeking something. So people can say everything is a matter of opinion, like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, the establishment left. But you know what happens? Fucking Nazis. People can't afford food. Pediatric cancer research is cancelled. The poor are being exploited. How great for them, because they live in goddamn mansions and they're doing all the insider trading to get their bag. So it's not meaningful to them, they don't care, so they can, well, maybe nothing is anything. Bollocks. There is a truth, it's understandable, there is a model of justice, it's called the Logos, you better fucking know it if you want a position of rulership. Otherwise, do your best to find the wise people, defined as we have here, who do have that model, can use the model known as knowledge, its understanding and skill, understanding, second and third hypothesis, and can use it to benefit all of us. So you got to know the self, otherwise you can say, well, every opinion is just as equal until your car breaks down and you have to get actual understanding from the mechanic. So it has to start with knowing thyself. Around 800 BC, Homer came in, giving us some texts. So long as we have the actual translation that has to be translated by someone else who's been learning the Logos, thankfully we've got the Iliad and we're starting to get the Odyssey. Super exciting, especially if you're a woman. If you want a archetypal story about the hero's journey starring not Naruto and Sasuke, but Sakura, a woman main character, you're in luck, because we're starting to get that now. So we have the Iliad and we're starting to get the Odyssey. 800 BC is where our journey begins. Xenophanes, around 500 BC, thereabouts. The earliest philosopher that we have a text from, other than Homer. He asked the question that Socrates heard from a young girl in society. Ever done it? Ever run into a young woman sharing genuine reflection and understanding in a way that can benefit people? Does it inspire you? Might not happen often, but it does sometimes. It happened to Socrates. Xenophanes, it is the whole self or God or one. So we question mark, the whole something that's one, and it's hearing, thinking, and what is the whole that is seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? That's also one. Is it the whole of God? Is it the whole of self? Is it the whole of mind? Can it be all? Gives you something to wonder about, gives you a question that you can carry. Which is great because as we learn, as we read, we can carry that question and apply everything we read to, we can apply everything that we've been reading to this question we're carrying and make it immediately significant to us. So Xenophanes taught Mr. Parmenides. So we'll say, I don't know, about 420? No, 480? We'll say 500. We'll just keep it round. So we'll say for Parmenides, let's say 480. That's where we got the dialectic. So if we are the main character and we're learning the Force, this is the first Jedi. So this is Luke Skywalker talking to Obi-Wan Kenobi, the first introduction of the Force. Diotima, let's call her a bit younger, let's say about 460 BC, also a teacher of Socrates. Socrates around 440 BC. Okay, so that's where we stop. Why? Homer gives us some stories, one that we can read, one we're starting to be able to now. Xenophanes gave us that quote. Parmenides gave us those hypotheses we've been nailing down over the last few eps. We get the dialectic, the art we're here to master. Diotima applied that dialectic, so that would be maybe the third hypothesis, providentially as a dialectician to benefit a young Socrates. Maybe the sixth ox herding picture was able to use the ox to give a method or yoga following the dialectic based on beauty and love, allowing for someone to go through those hypotheses that we get from the dialectic in a relationship or in the pursuit of love and beauty. So that second hypothesis that we got from Parmenides as a one that exists, or the one self that is, from Diotima we got the idea that, by the way, that's also beauty itself. And it's also the experience of truth. So from the one, from Parmenides, we get the idea of beauty and truth. And by the way, she also mentioned when you get to that second hypothesis, it's the starting point to true excellence. So while that's the truth, there is a higher idea called true, linking the movement from the second hypothesis of Parmenides to the first. And the method is love and logos, also giving us the ideal of relationships. So Socrates said, go back through the lineage of philosophers and apply the hypotheses to them. So Diotima, to be able to recognize that there is the first hypothesis, excellence, to give a yoga to reach the second, which also hints at what, as we talked about with the Christopher Nolan movie, the method to reach the second, you need to figure out the method to reach the first. So we can say, well, Diotima seems to be aware of at least the first hypothesis, likely in it, definitely aware of the second and have an understanding of it. can function through it. So there she seems to have the first, second, and third hypothesis too. Parmenides definitely has the first. He calls it, this is the self, the one self. I'm able to give a hypothesis on the second and third, and by the way, even the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth and ninth. So we'd say both of these people tick all the boxes. So perhaps people who've completed their journey. Socrates does all of this and more because he mentions, by the way, you won't fully do what you need to do to go through that journey unless you're also paying attention to your dreams. So does that mean that Socrates has reached beyond the first? Is there a zeroth hypothesis? If dreams is so gosh darn significant, why didn't Parmenides and Diotima mention them? Or, if as we have been seeing, dreams seem to be necessary in the perfection of each stage, maybe he's the same as these two, but have them in a more perfected way, but that wouldn't be true because a greater perfection would be at a higher level, wouldn't it? I don't know. So maybe the zeroth? I don't know. Seeing as dreams is the highest art, we have to wonder if Socrates maybe has gone beyond Parmenides and Diotima. After Socrates comes Mr. Plato, thankfully able to be around in a lot of the conversations that Socrates had. Really, really clever. Started the first universities in the West, the Academy. Was able to write dialogues about them. But other than the Parmenides, there is something of note about Plato. While the Republic, and the Symposium, the two masterpieces of Plato, apart from the Parmenides, seem to stop at the brilliant light of being. So while the Republic has Socrates exploring the idea of justice, having characters in the book that we can recognize as the 9, 8, 7, and 6, 5, 4, 3. Socrates talks about the brilliant light of being. And when the last interlocutor or person he's talking with in the Republic asks about the first hypothesis, because Socrates says, hey, the experience or model of justice is the second, but you can understand that as the rays of the sun. It's the last object to be seen with mind, but it ain't the sun itself. That would be the first hypothesis. In the Republic that Plato is writing as his masterpiece, Glaucon who is Socrates' student, so we maybe assume he was number 3, doing understanding, because all the other guys who kidnapped him were at lower levels. Glaucon asks, who's by the way Plato's brother, whatever that's worth. So, hey, by the way, can you go on to talk about the first hypothesis? Another interesting tidbit about the Republic. It's about the journey to become a philosopher king, because that is the state of mind that we've been talking about as that triad of self. All of the training of the philosopher king, the virtues, the lesser studies, are all leading up to the true skill art of the dialect of the logos called the dialectic. And at the end of book 6 and in book 7, he says there are 2 uses of the dialectic. One for this, to reach being, and one for the penultimate spiritual experience, and one for the ultimate. So maybe the 8th and 9th Oxherding picture. His interlocutor asks Socrates, can you please talk about the first hypothesis, the one self? And Socrates says, nah, bro, I'm gonna bounce. He says,
You moron. You absolute fucking
You
buffoon.
absolute
You goddamn
buffoon.
idiot.
You goddamn idiot.
Everything this guy does is perfect and beautiful. And he's handsome. Yeah, I said it.
That's me. He's talking about me. Thank you.
Would you just blow in from Stupid Town?
No.
I'm always good, and that is what I stand for, being good all the time.
That's what I stand for all the time. And the good itself, if the experience of the good or goodness is the second, what's the good itself? And Socrates says, nah, I'm gonna dip, bro. He says, actually, you won't be able to follow me. Because while we can follow the logos, Plato doesn't mention the word pathologos, but Socrates says, you have a block. Socrates says you won't be able to follow the logos of the one self until you address your block, and the only way of doing that is through dream analysis. Plato doesn't write a dialogue about dream analysis. Plato doesn't use the word pathologos, which would indicate for us why Plato is in that class of interpreters that we have been building in the book, which is because in our attempt to, as we were talking about today, part of the skill of dialect, or the art we're here to master, is sharing the dialectic. We have to be aware that when we share it, tell the truth, help people, create a better world, all that stuff. Find good friends to talk to and have fun with. Create works of give birth to in those relationships, not children, but works that can be objects of reflection for humanity that can last 1,000 years and rival even Homer and Hesiod. We have to recognize that there are going to be people who are going to reject truth in different kinds of ways. The sixth on our list of 8. Oh, 8! I wonder if it's 4 and 4. Let's explore that later. Is number 6, which is people who advance certain parts of the new truth and ignore other important parts, like Plato, Plotinus, and Proclus. So therefore, we could maybe recognize that Plato, who was, let's say, 380 BC. These are estimates. (380) BC. We can see why he's in that 6th category of interpreter. He seems to have reached the 2nd hypothesis, failed to fully master the 3rd, because he loses of the dialectic, of the dialectic. He has the true, he has the dialectic, has the self to itself, does not have midwifery, does not have dream analysis, but he does share a bunch of what he did, so that's good. So tick, tick, cross, cross. Thankfully he shared what he had, so thank fuck for that, giving us what we need to learn from Socrates. So we could say maybe he reaches the 2nd, hasn't quite mastered the 3rd, but we can understand why. We murdered Socrates in front of him when he was in his 20s, too young to have mastered dream analysis and midwifery. But also, if dream analysis and midwifery is part of Homer, and the official reason for killing Socrates was he didn't believe in the official religion, even though the jabronis that murdered the best person, just as ISIS and, just as our current world is ruled by the worst, seeking to have rulership over the better, and because they don't have actual knowledge and understanding, they can't actually help the better, they can only kill and hurt them. That's the fucked world we live in currently. So too back then, they killed the best of us. Even though they didn't understand Homer, Plato recognized that there was some significance in midwifery and dream analysis. So maybe he had a bit of a bee in his bonnet. Understandable. So that's where we diverge. So what we are doing is picking up from 440 BC. Because only now do we have the Balboa translations, allowing us to read the text properly. After Plato came Plotinus. So we'll say Plotinus, wait. Who was the first teacher after him? Proclus was first. So we'll say, wait, no, that's not right. Oh, okay, Plotinus was first? All right, so well, Proclus came first anyway. So 230 AD. Proclus 450. Okay. So 450. Goodness. 450 AD for Proclus. Could be wrong. Send comments in the chat if I am. 500 for Damascus. And Plotinus seems to be first. That's interesting. Let's say 240 AD for him. So, after those guys who were, continued on at the academy, it was shut down at 429 AD by Emperor Fuckface McGee.
Oh my fuck.
Oh my fuck. Christian Emperor Justinian, bringing in the Dark Ages. Everything went to shit. Again, further venerating ignorance and belief in opposition to understanding. Now, one of the students of Plato's academy was Aristotle. I should probably get his date as well. Nope. We'll get him next time. Aristotle rejects mind and self, of course, so materialism. He was kicked out of the academy. So our modern education is a combination of religion, so professors, that's where we get the term professor from. They stand in front of a lecture theater or a pulpit, professing the official religion, like Kant is a bitch.
Kant would say some fucking
Some
bullshit.
fucking bullshit is what they say. Which is also materialism, so we learn about physics and stuff, and ever mention the word consciousness, mind, self, logos, and you get laughed at. I myself have been banned from the chat of the Majority Report by mentioning that there is a name for the understanding that Emma
Bless you. Excuse you. Bless you.
and the other Majority Report people are looking for. It's called the logos, and they instantly banned me. Why? Because materialism is opposed to understanding, the very problem that those people in the Majority Report are trying to understand. Why don't we actually fucking help things and solve problems? Well, here's a clue. Look at your own moderators. They're in the exact same problem. If you can learn to understand why your moderators act as they do, you'll learn to understand the nature of American politics. It's all the same reflection. Now, I'm not actually butthurt about it. It's my whole life. My whole life has been doing my best to share the logos, only to be knocked down by almost every single person. There's been a couple of rare few have been open and curious who've listened to what I've been saying, but very few and far between. That's where we are in a stage of evolution. Because Aristotle's materialism does not threaten the ignorance and oppression of religious belief. Because materialism is the fifth hypothesis, that's where Aristotle reached. Religion is the fourth, both of which are ignorance. That's our modern education. So our modern education, just as we've been saying about our modern economy, with capitalism, with our modern political system, with the fifth hypothesis, materialist Democrats who don't ever do anything, they can't solve problems and they don't even want to, and the fascist right-wingers who are inflicting harm and suffering because they want to pretend to be a knower without knowing. Modern politics. Religion, same thing. Religious people in the fourth, and those who grew up religious and reject everything and become atheists. So we are seeing why we are in that, because we are in the tradition of Aristotle and Justinian. That's the thought. Modern education. And our job was to put the hypotheses on them. These guys here, the sixth category of interpreter that takes some but rejects the rest, seem to be people who have reached the second. Plotinus points at having a glimpse of the first, having a level of understanding of the third, the dialectic, but not complete. Aristotle reaches the fifth hypothesis and stops there. Though these deep ideas can come from all sources, can't they? Not really. The self, it would be the source. The original source of the logos. Its reflection into intelligence. So that's the first hypothesis. Its reflection into pure intelligence, the source of consciousness or intelligence. The paradigm, the blueprints of reality, that would be the second hypothesis. That would be a source. The source of learning and development is the third hypothesis. And if you're not in the third hypothesis, you're not learning, because that's where understanding lives. So it's the logos. Following the logos is learning. Beliefs are not neutral. Beliefs function in opposition to learning. It's not like, maybe religions are just fine. Fuck no. Have you seen what's happening in Palestine? Have you seen what the Americans are doing justified by Christianity? Have you heard of the Crusades? Have you heard of fucking everything to do with religion? So those primary building blocks of the logos that we use in the structure of the dialectic that we've been talking about, whole and part, same and different, like and unlike, in time and out of time, you can understand. So it's not a matter of opinion. You can understand the different cognitive functions. The fifth hypothesis, if whole and part, that Venn diagram, the lesser would be part. If you say that you are a part and there is no such thing as a whole, Aristotle, materialism, everything is just opinion, bro. It's all relative to, by the way, we're going to read a book maybe after this one called Is It All Relative, where we explore dialectically the very, very common belief of our age that everything is relative to opinion and perspective. So you're very, very lucky. It's a banger of a book too. We started it, we've got like one episode in, but then we got onto this book. These ideas that resonate with us come from everything, right? Well, the ideas that resonate are either going to be a reflection of your pathologos beliefs you're carrying with you that cause your problems, your interpretation, your blind spots. Like a racist will meet another racist and go, oh yeah, I like you. I just vibe with you, bro. Let's talk about racist shit. A sexist, might say, oh, I really like that Trump guy. I'm going to join MAGA. Fascists will, join the ICE. So that's where our ignorance comes from, or the fifth, fourth hypotheses, or any of the other ones below 5. And truth comes from 1, 2, and 3. Like, you can't just make up truth. That's not truth. That's make 'em ups. You can understand the truth. You can know the truth as a whole. That's the third hypothesis and the second hypothesis. And you can go beyond that to even the source of the whole, or the whole that isn't parts. So let's say it more clearly. Ignorance. What resonates with us in a negative way? What drives our soul if we're not in the game of the dialectic, dream analysis, and midwifery? Well, we're all just parts, bro. We're all just space dust. Well, atoms. There is no whole. Or, well, maybe there is a whole, but we cannot connect with it. There's a brick wall. If God was real, we would be ants to him. So lots of different ways you can reject that. So you're a part and you're a block from the whole. So the words I chose to use are very context sensitive. They can be misinterpreted easily. Yes, that is a difficulty, and it's in chat, so there's lots of difficulties. So I appreciate your effort and your desire to accurately express your ideas. I hope I never shoot them down in a negative way. So I appreciate that, and the courage to share your ideas, especially in spite of the difficult medium. So I appreciate that. Oh, and you're supposed to be wrong. We're all wrong. If we weren't wrong about about what's most important, we wouldn't be here. There's never any blame, shame, or punishment. That's a belief. That's ignorance. That's belief bullshit. We're here to find where we missed the mark. But also, even if we got something right, we can polish it up. You've got a good question? Maybe you've been carrying it for a week. Maybe shooting it off to friends or people who claim to know stuff. Maybe by the end of the week, you've got the same question, but you've got it in fewer words. You're polishing it up like a gem. Or maybe you've got an idea or hypothesis, and you can polish that up. You learn some new words, throw that into your hypothesis. You gain some new insight, throw that in. So while you carry your Q sack and your if sack, your questions and answers, the more you learn about the dialectic, the more you read and the more you try it, the more you can polish them up. Just like in a video game, you're upgrading your weapons. So the fifth hypothesis is you're on this side, the lesser side of the logos, and you say you're blocked from the greater. Belief is you accept the limits of your belief. The highest experience of reality is only in time. As a bunch of parts singing Kumbaya to Jesus or Trump or whoever. While at war with the whole. Anyone who's not in your religion or threatens your religion or is interested in understanding, you're at war. That's why it's the source of human conflict, suffering, war, bloodshed, etc. Belief, whether it's educational belief based on Justinian and Aristotle, modern education, materialism and belief. Notice, ain't no colleges speaking out against religion. I wonder why. Ain't no colleges saying there shouldn't be a fucking right-wing party who has no understanding and wants to hurt people because they're in ignorance. I wonder why. Lots of universities teach the supply and demand curve. Capitalism is good and natural. Fuck off, that's not true. Ignorance. Education system, political system, religious system. That's our current age. We are ruled by the worst or belief, which is the lesser in conflict with the greater. Before I understood paradox, the hypocrite theory was explained to me. Oh. What's the hypocrite theory? So that's the fourth hypothesis. The third hypothesis, understanding, is when, this is all from the book, by the way, that we've been reading. It's just summary. To have your state of mind as the whole, but not to be at war with the parts. People who have understanding don't try and kill religious people. We try to introduce them into self-development, curiosity, learning, so they can reflect on their false beliefs that cause harm to themselves and others, understand its root, and free themselves from their problems, and encourage them to join us in understanding. So it's have a state of mind of the whole, or to be at rest, or to be unlimited or free, or out of time, providentially relating. That's the third hypothesis. Providence. The second hypothesis, the direct experience of the whole of all parts. So the greatest superlatives, the greatest whole of the greatest parts, or whole and part, this overlap here. Meaning the state of self would be this part here. So if we're taking all of the ideas of whole and part from here, you deny all of them. If whole means whole of all parts, you've got you got your whole puzzle because no part is missing. Then the self can't be a whole because it's got no parts. Look, it's this part here. It's the whole that isn't touched by the parts. So in that way, you can use negatives to describe the first hypothesis, oneself. But in another way, you can say, just as the fifth hypothesis down here, fifth, fourth, third, second, just as the fifth was that line, there is no whole, there is no mind, there is no truth. Nancy Pelosi. Who's to say what's right and wrong? Let the Nazis kill everyone. Who gives a fuck? It says Chuck Schumer as he gets his bag. In a similar way, but in the exact opposite in terms of goodness, a whole that transcends parts. The first hypothesis, or the ninth oxherding picture. The ninth oxherding picture has the dude in his house, alone, serene. Outside, flowers are blooming, blossoming red. Rivers are streaming or whatever. Streams are bubbling, meandering, but nothing to do with me. Transcendent state of the oneself. But what about the 10th oxherding picture? We have to get into the 10th oxherding picture. So, our question, where does Freud and Jung and Nietzsche and Karl and Kant and anyone else within the modern educational system fit? Well, you might notice that each one of them stops at the fifth hypothesis. No one gets into the dialectic or understanding. You might notice, the more that you understand the pathologos and logos, every single one of them, simply by virtue of the fact that they stop at the fifth, or Aristotle, are blocked from their logos, like Glaucon was in the Republic, because they also have the fourth. Necessarily, because Carl Jung, Freud, Nietzsche, Kant haven't done philosophical midwifery and dream analysis, which is necessary to remove your pathologos false beliefs. So notice, if you get into Kant, he does a bit of understanding in the fifth, well, use of words in the fifth, not true understanding. And he gets to a point and says, well, I'm not going to go any further because God wouldn't do this. I can't answer that question because Jesus. What the fuck? It's not philosophy. That's fucking cop-out. What's Hegel say? There is no mind, self-understanding. We have to torture the physical world, fifth hypothesis, so nature reveals its secrets. That's modern science. Experiments, torturing rats. What do we end up with? Nuclear bombs and hand grenades, so the religious or political fascists or capitalist fascists can do their fascism better. Fifth hypothesis and fourth hypothesis. That's where moderns live. Kant would say some fucking bullshit.
I'm eating the testicles of this bull, and I'm eating it raw.
And so that's the modern philosophers of our age, Joe Rogan and those sorts of douchebags who tell us to eat raw bull testicles, which is what? The physical world. Fifth hypothesis. By the way, when push comes to shove and Donald Trump wants to do his Nazi fascist shit, what do all of these Rogan sphere a-holes and all of the other douchebags on YouTube? There's only a small handful of legit, actual, caring, smart people on YouTube. They all claim to be... Who do they support? Fucking Trump. Fourth hypothesis, belief-based bullshit. Thoughts on Jesus? The whole book's been about Jesus. In a nutshell, Jesus has a glimpse of the second hypothesis in the high point in the story of Mark. The Gospel of Mark is copied by Luke and Matthew, so it's the original, you would say. But he has a transfiguration experience, which would be the second hypothesis. what we've seen is it's necessary to... What do you do when you have an experience? Experiences are dumb and dead. It's the understanding you put on them. Therefore, Jesus need to have had that second hypothesis experience, or what we would say the third ox-herding picture, a glimpse. And instead of getting into, he could have, because he was influenced by Hellenic philosophers. Hellenic means this, understanding. Instead of getting into his understanding, which would have been the third hypothesis, he got right into his beliefs. He used his religious beliefs growing up to make sense of his transfiguration experience. And if you read the Gospel of Mark, you can see that there's a whole bunch of symbology about him having a conversation with, who was it? Moses and Abraham. I can't remember. He has a conversation with religious figures in his after his transfiguration experience, and then his life becomes a playing out of the story of Elijah. He identifies with one of his belief-based characters. I'm the next coming of Elijah, and I'm going to be the ruler. He gets on a donkey because that was part of the prophecy. And if you look at all of his parables after his enlightenment, or his second hypothesis experience, they're all based on belief. Everything prior to that based on understanding. And when he faces the inevitable tragic end of his pathologos belief, fourth hypothesis, he doesn't even realize. So normally in a tragic, it follows the map of a tragic hero story, a Greek tragedy. But at the end of a Greek tragedy, the tragic hero realizes it was his fault. It was his way of being that caused his demise. Jesus doesn't even have that. So technically it's not a tragic hero story, it's a pathetic hero story. It ends with him saying, God, why have you abandoned me? Now, all the stuff about him magicking up from the dead, so actually belief is good actually. Yes, ignorance is good actually. Have faith, says Paul. Modern Christians quote Paul, because Paul was very much in the fourth hypothesis and never had any interest in understanding. He was a very sick individual. He used to murder Christians for fun. He claimed to speak for Jesus. He's one of the interpreters we call... what is it? Where's our list? A wolf in sheep's clothing. He claims to speak for the new, while actually rejecting everything of the new and remaining loyal to the old wolf in sheep's clothing. So everything Jesus said about developing understanding through understanding the metaphors and parables that he was giving in order to have a state of mind experience, which is the third and second hypothesis, Paul rejects and says, no, fuck that, just have belief. And also, God appointed me to be above Jesus. That's why modern Christians, who are, again, fascists, oppressing people through belief, quote Paul. Modern Christians don't follow Jesus at all, which is, of course, a meme. We know this. There are so many memes. If Jesus came back, the MAGA Republicans would shoot him. Or say, no, that's, what are they calling it now? Suicidal empathy. Help the poor? No, they need to lift themselves up by their bootstraps. Helping the poor is bad. How will that help the market? Modern Christians are Pauline Jews. Paul wanted to create a system that will unite the circumcised and uncircumcised, which is a weird way of saying it, but there you go. Based on belief, faith, which again is fucking sick. To reject understanding, reason, and believe shit that conflicts with reason and understanding. So not only are you accepting the terrible belief or limit based on the belief, you also have to stomach a second pill that your own understanding, your own self-goals, your own direct experience, your own lying eyes is bad. Because if faith is what brings you to heaven and solves you from your problems, and faith is in opposition to those things, then the highest use of intelligence is the most ignorant and harmful. That's why this conflict that believers have is not just experienced within their own soul, it plays out, well, it's not just playing out on the world, it's playing out within their own soul. So they're different from themselves, they can never be the same. So anyone who talks about unity through understanding, universal healthcare, universal democracy in Palestine, universal housing, the fascists say, no, Jesus says no, we will kill you. Drop bombs on your head. But that same conflict as the lesser against the greater is also experienced within their own souls. So Jesus was a man or an incarnation. Well, I guess the idea for there to be justice within the world, there has to be some sort of learning process. So we're all going through incarnations. The only difference is we are recognizing the nature of reincarnation. If human problems is the fourth, fifth, and below hypotheses, and our purpose is to develop an understanding through direct experience and knowing the self, 3, 2, 1, and we have to do that learning through time, and every human being, that's why it's not a blame or shame game, every human being gets a false image of the self, pathologos in the fourth, and functions in a life that opposes the learning that we do here, which makes it hard for me to get all my Twitch followers, because this is the thing that no one wants to do, because we're all raised to be against it. Only special people like you, and very few other people. Then we are here facing a reincarnation into a life where we get our false beliefs about ourselves in order to address them through time. If we recognize that, we can recognize every thought we have, every distraction, every tangent, every daydream, and every relationship we have, all the drama we have, and especially every dream we have at night is a message about A, your false beliefs about self that you spend your previous reincarnations identifying with, your false egos. So you can address the problems that play out from that, and also messages about B, the truth. So philosophy and midwifery. So every moment is a message providentially. So every moment, in every possible way, the mind, second hypothesis, and the self, first hypothesis, is communicating to you, third hypothesis, in a way that you can purify your problems and perfect your excellence. The only thing is, you have to meet them. You have to reach out, meaning you have to be curious, there's our question sack, and you have to be learning how to listen, the language, the logos, that's the dialectic, which is our if sack. So learning how to think through the dialectic, keeping a state of curiosity, there's our Q and if sack, allows us in ignorance, 4 and 5, to reach out and be touched and be providentially benefited by self and mind. So that's only then can it be a justice. So there's a kind of necessity for reincarnation. But once again, that's just a hypothesis. Your job is to create a similar hypothesis from the book that we've been reading. And you can find a PDF below, and you can find a link to YouTube. You can go through it at your own pace. Because otherwise, if you're just listening to me, you're still in the fourth. That's just a belief. And because we're saying that we're telling the truth here, it's likely a belief you're not going to resonate with. So that's why you have to read. And talk about reading. Reflect on it. Ousia. Read logos. Because it's that ousia or self-reflection, Aphrodite, along with your reading, Apollo, that come together to reach Hermes, the dialectic. By the way, this theology or mythological representation of the principles that lead to the soul's development, true theology, is in the book. Logos, reading, Apollo. Reflection into bringing it to a whole, applying it to your life to get meaningful change which inspires you, Aphrodite. Can't have one without the other. Love and logos, Diotima would call it. Both together can be the archetype for a loving relationship, culminating in the excellence of human functioning, Hermes or the dialectic. So that's where we are. Actually, that's not where we are. We've covered the moderns, we've covered everyone, all of the other philosophers except for one dude. Let's go back. Well, we've understood the art, we've laid it out thanks to our friends' questions. The dialectic here, 8 categories, with a mysterious first hypothesis on top that we can use to understand the 9 hypotheses of Parmenides. That are the 9 different ways of understanding one, which will correspond to ways of thinking about yourself, states of mind, ways of thinking and reasoning and understanding that we can see as a development. The question is true. The question is from the chat. The question is only answered if we ask. To me, meditation is the ability to listen and gain resolution. Right, so this is the paradigm of meditation. You can't have meditation unless you have some goal. Some people say focus on a flame, or count your breaths, or watch your thoughts. All we're doing is upping the ante. We're not just focusing on a picture of a guru or a flame on a candle. Our goal is focusing on something we're genuinely interested in. What are the 2 things we're interested in? We all want our own happiness, goodness, bliss. We all want to know the self and function through it in a higher way. What's the other thing we're all naturally curious about? Our problems. We want to talk about our problems. We want to remove it. We all want our happiness and remove our suffering. All we're doing by introducing the dialectic is taking that first part of meditation, a goal that we can focus on, and upgrading it. By the way, are you really doing meditation unless you're open and curious? Ever seen those people who are quite smug in their certainty? Do they ever have any change of states of mind? Nope. Why? Because they think they're it already. I am already enlightened. So their meditation becomes a reflection on their own ignorant beliefs. They're becoming more entrenched in their problems, just like Jesus in his story. By the way, the magicking up from the dead, as I was saying earlier, wasn't in the text. There's no resurrection. There's no Easter. It was added 200 years later by other people who wanted to save the idea of faith or ignorance. That's well known. That's not a contentious issue. In the earliest texts we have of Mark, out-of-body experience would be some sort of glimpse. Yeah, so that's another thing. So out-of-body experience is another experience of second. Or, if you're super lucky, the first. So what else is in meditation? Well, you can't be smug and certain, so you better have a question. That's why in some traditions they have koans. What is the sound of one hand clapping? If a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? Because it takes you out of the certainty of your ignorant beliefs, makes you open to new insight. That's what meditation's about. To be open and receptive to new, higher experiences of self and reality, or as you say, if you are in this game, answers, insights. So all the dialectic does is make sure you're in an open, curious state of mind, only it's not a bullshit question from some Buddhist guru or monk. What is the sound of one hand clapping? It's a question you're genuinely interested in. I'm reading this text about beauty. What the heck is beauty? I'm interested in knowing the self. What is the self? I'm interested in knowing what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now. What the heck is that? So the goal, the focused attention, the open, curious state of mind, every other meditation takes a piece, a part, or a little bit, or one and not the others. We're taking the whole thing. There's one thing that our meditation has that all the others never have, understanding. So the dialectic has a focus, has a goal, a meaningful self goal. By the way, for contemplation, the goal has to be about the third, second, or first hypothesis, because meditation is supposed to separate your soul from the body. All meditations and yogas have that as its essence. So it has to be something you can join with that's non-physical. So it has to have a goal, has to be about something in reality that you can join with. Focused attention has to be a question. We've just upgraded all of them. Through understanding, we've understood our most meaningful goal. We've understood what our focus should be on. We've understood how to, hey, not just focus, but take out a notepad and write down any distractions, because those distractions isn't the devil fucking with you. It's not because you're an evil sinner who hasn't learned how to meditate and focus. Every distraction to your focus is a clue about your pathologos. You can't be the sort of self that has these meditative experiences if you're still holding on to a negative idea of yourself as being lesser, a small bean, a bad noodle.
Kant's a little fucking bitch.
You can't think that you're a little bitch and experience enlightenment.
Kant would say some fucking bullshit.
And Kant would say some bullshit about that.
Absolutely. Sent to heaven where she's seated at the right hand of the Father.
Right, whatever that means. So the focused, sustained attention in meditation, we can do better than anyone else, because every time we get a distracting thought, we pull out our notebook, we write down the theme. Well, the more that you learn about the pathologos, the better your notes are going to be, which allows you to get back to what you're focused on. The other thing they have, a question. It ain't a koan, it's your own genuine curiosity about yourself in what you're reading, the logos, or the problems that you're facing. And there's one thing that so we've got the best version of all of these qualities that are formerly the qualities of meditation. And there's one thing that we have that they all don't have: understanding. The logos, the dialectic. Making the archetype or the ideal of meditation or yoga the dialectic. It has everything they have in its highest version. It has, all the other ones only have a piece. Like some have this and not this. So it has every single piece in its highest form, including the piece all the other ones lack, making dialectic the paradigm or the archetype of spirituality. Which is why the greatest map of spiritual development that we have, the ox herding pictures, we are able to understand and perhaps even add to or improve because of the dialectic. So we're demystifying mysticism. The problem with that is, if we take away all the mystery and fog of confusion around what meditation is or what spirituality is, we're just stating it clearly and simple in a way that anyone can participate in, that can benefit anyone who's curious. But as we just read, if you state something clearly and simply, people, I don't know, it'll go over people's head. People will call it esoteric. Which is a problem, because this helps everyone. I don't want to sit on a fucking cushion in an ashram for 40 years and maybe, if I'm lucky, Buddha will enlighten me. Fuck that. Waste your life. Dealing with the same repeating pathologos thoughts taking you away from your meditation or your experiences. By the way, what's the archetype of Eastern mythology? Ever seen an anime? The main character goes to the wise person to learn the mysterious technique. Naruto going to his gurus, Goku going to his gurus, etc., etc. What's one of the features of Eastern gurus? They've had a stage of enlightenment, second, but without the logos and dialectic applied to midwifery and dream analysis, they still have their problems. What was Goku's teacher? Pervy sage. He also has a gambling problem and a drinking problem. This is an archetype. Because all traditions that lack the logos or the dialectic are going to have problems. Necessarily. Even those of the dialectic tradition are going to have problems unless you go back from Plato. Because Plato lacked midwifery and dream analysis. Plato had problems. So when Aristotle, his student, comes into the academy, who's full of problems, still very clever, they called him the brain. The moderns call Aristotle the philosopher because all modern philosophy is based on his ignorance. But so if Aristotle comes in with a problem, a pathologos block to enlightenment, what did Plato do? Kicked him out. Why? He lacked midwifery to be able to help students address their blocks and problems and continue their development. So no shit, all of the Eastern gurus have problems. And the Western gurus. Ever heard of the Catholic Church? Lots of problems in there, don't they have? Speaking of pervy sages. Ever seen Naruto? He's got a pervy sage in Jiraiya. He's got a gambling sage with Tsunade. What other vices are there that are standard? Don't get me started on wait, I was going to say who's the Orochimaru? The other of the three Sennin? He's like really bad. So yeah, it's a objective versus subjective. Right, so we are making objective what people confuse in their own personal opinions. That's right. So, we were asked to go back through the lineage of philosophers. We've got some new ones added by our friend in chat and identify their stage of development according to the hypotheses. We've done that. Except here's a problem. We're not here. We're not in this ignorance of Aristotle and Justinian, fuckface McGee.
You have severe mental illness. And you disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
So disgusted.
I've been a bad little girl.
He's been a bad little boy. And how do we get into it? Shouldn't humanity be on a crash course to inevitable destruction? Shouldn't we all be opposed to anything beyond the physical world and slave to the beliefs of capitalism, right-wing politics, fascism, Nazism, religions, always at war with each other, like Socrates was in his early stages? Everything is a war between good and evil, and good is your team, and evil is anyone with a different shape or color. The immigrants, or the non-Christians, or the infidels, or the goyim, or every religion has a word for non-believers, and every religion asks the Jews in Israel justify murdering those who do not believe, so long as leader tells you to. Not just picking out one, it's the nature of all beliefs. So shouldn't we just be on a crash course for our inevitable fate, completely blocked from our purpose or destiny? If that's the lineage, after we killed Socrates, how the fuck then are we able to understand where we are? We just said our modern education system ain't gonna teach you this. Try asking. I'll save you some time. They'll kick you out. No. Maybe you'll have more success than I do. Good luck. So how can we do what we're doing here? I've said that dismissively. Maybe you will. Maybe you will have luck. I don't know. In my experience, people aren't open to it because we're a product of our evolution and history and our family. So shouldn't we have lost the ability to solve human problems, midwifery and dream analysis, when we murdered Socrates? how the hell can we do what we're doing here? Let's go back. How did it start? Know thyself. First philosopher, Homer. Only now are we getting a story about Penelope, the ideal woman, and Odysseus. Because only in the last week are we getting a translation with the actual words. The only decent translation we've got. 500 BC, the earliest written philosophy from a non-Homer philosopher. It is the whole of something that's one, seeing, hearing, and thinking right now. He taught Parmenides. We get the dialectic and the hypotheses, allowing us to understand everyone and anyone based on the level of hypothesis that they've reached, We're able to have loving relationships or great friendships with other people in the game to apply what we're learning from Parmenides because of Diotima in the Symposium and the ideal model of relationships. We have that because both of these people taught Socrates, and we have records of their conversations, or records of what Socrates talked about. The conversation that Socrates recounted from Diotima, and the conversation that he had with Parmenides. Socrates added to the tradition, so we can wonder, is there a level above the hypotheses of Parmenides? Seeing as Socrates seemed to add something that we have seen as the most significant form of dialectic, dream analysis. We murdered him because of our counterattack, the ignorance of the many. And then Plato gave us the dialectic, lacked midwifery and dream analysis, so we only had half the game, causing Aristotle. And of course, Emperor Fuckface McGee came in and murdered the philosophers, banned any understanding, banned reading. You couldn't even read the Bible. Anyway, it was in Latin, so you couldn't read it. If you had a Bible, you'd be murdered. The Dark Ages, subjugation of women, justification of cruelty and oppression, extended bloodshed, the Dark Ages, giving us modern. What about Bio-Cybernaut? What video game is that from? The Monroe Institute. Is that from The Simpsons? What do you do? What's these things? Bio-Cybernaut. Is that massive? No. What am I thinking of? What's that video game where the second episode they're underwater town, and they have those big daddies, I think they call them. Pause. So how will we do what we're doing here? Easy. We have a book that we can read. That's a goddamn banger. They're discovery centers. I don't know about them. Are they doing dialectic and midwifery? I haven't heard of them. I hope they are. We've got a book that we can read. The book contains embedded within it these puzzles. It also contains the logos within it needed to solve these puzzles. It's able to depict the level of development of Jesus and the consequence of I've been discussing the existence of God in my community. Do you think God equals logic? Oh, that's a hard one. The word that we use in philosophy is the logos. It means it's logical, but it's more than logic. It's reason, it's language. It's also the path that we are all here to walk as sentient beings. It's how we solve problems, the logos. Look into them, you'll be intrigued. I don't think so. I don't think I will. Because of, no. I can guess where they're at. I'd be very surprised if because this is what we're doing here. Look. The logos is written in this text. It's more than just logic. It's the map of reason itself. It's the, as we've been talking about, it's the spiritual method to develop understanding in a way that prepares your mind for insight. The logos is the logos and its activity, the dialectic, is the necessary activity to solve human problems. Therefore, you could say it's the model that psychotherapy should be looking for. Currently, they're borrowing from the medical model. That's why it's all drugs and diagnosis. You've got ADHD, you've got autism, you've got this, you've got that. That's not psychotherapy. That's a physical model. Is math part of logos? Yeah, I think so. That's a very good question. And yes, in a really, really cool way. Because there's regular math that we know about, like 1 + 1 is 2, but there's a different kind of use of number. The necessary set of numbers. So we have been talking about the hypotheses of Parmenides as stages of development, all of the possible ways of thinking, from nihilism, there's nothing, materialism, there's only physical stuff, all of the possible ways of thinking about self and reality, which comes along with different feelings. You might feel pretty lonely and depressed if you're a nihilist. All the way up to the third hypothesis, which is understanding itself, which is our method as human beings. So it's not logic, it's the logos used in the dialectic, which allows us to participate in providence or intelligent care. It allows us to solve problems, as we've been talking about, but also to experience, mind itself, mind, truth, reality, or to turn your mind around from your physical senses and know it completely. That's the greatest possible experience. We don't want to use the word God because it's usually very loaded by belief. The divine, we could call it, or being itself, the brilliant light of pure being. But also understanding needs to be applied to that experience. Otherwise, like Jesus, you will make sense of your enlightenment experience according to belief, and you become more entrenched in your belief. Belief, of course, is the source of ignorance, suffering, and problems, causing Jesus' end. God, why have you forsaken me? Because of his problems. There's no resurrection. That was added 200 years later, so we don't want to pretend. Thank you. Yeah, we'll catch you next time. Nice channel. Oh, yeah, no worries. I hope you enjoyed it. By the way, you can join the Discord. You get a notification when we go live. You can find the PDF to the text below. You can find old videos on YouTube. And I hope you have a good day. Hooray for you. New follower. Hooray. 107 followers. Ooh. Is that at cult levels yet? Can I start claiming to be the chosen one? And manipulating your pathologos beliefs to get me to give you your money? And sleep with your women's? Maybe when we reach 150. Bad.
Die mad about it, bitch.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable sluts these days.
Hey, I'm not a slut for wanting to sleep with all of my followers. Wives.
If you don't know, now you know.
Now I know. So where were we? Oh yes. How are we able to do what we're doing here? We have the logos. Because of this text, we're learning how to read. The book itself is teaching us how to read. We're learning about the nature of human problems. We're learning about the nature of the pathologos, where it came from, why it appeals to people, why we've been in ignorance for so long. We've learned the history of philosophy. We've learned where we are now. We've learned how to understand. We've learned how to perfect our understanding. We've learned fucking so much. This book's a goddamn banger. We've learned about midwifery. We've learned about why human beings haven't been able to solve problems until now because of this divergence when we killed Socrates. So how are we not stuck in... It's on the board, yeah. Materialism from Aristotle, the fifth hypothesis. Beliefs from Emperor Fuckface McGee, the fourth and fifth hypothesis, the definition of ignorance, savagery, man's ignorance, inhumanity, and cruelty towards man, that should lead to, as we've seen already, human extinction. Good question. I'm glad you asked. Me?
All checks out.
Bless you. Excuse you. Bless you.
No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell. You're brave. You are crossing into new boundaries. Imagine people changing their positions and improving for the better.
Imagine. How do we do that? Well, about 2,500 years later, so there's Socrates, who seems to have mastered it and maybe even gone beyond Diotima and Parmenides. We don't know yet. It's a question we carry. But smash cut to 2,500 years later. There was this dude, happened to be a decorated war hero against the German Nazis in World War II. Put that aside. What other site than Twitch do you stream? YouTube. I also have a music stream on Twitch. You can check that out if you want. Jed Phoenix Music. It's more chill. Chat about stuff. Play some songs. Lots of fun.
If you don't know, now you know.
Now you know. So yes, there was a dude in around the 1960s who was working with alcoholics. He'd studied philosophy. Whoops. Now, back in those days, it was pretty loose. It was, hey, you're a philosopher? Okay, you can work with these alcoholics. Because I don't know anything about alcoholism. And I don't know about human problems. Nah, no one expects you to do anything. It's whatever you can do, who cares? So, this philosopher happened to be of a certain nature and character and said, I don't know your problems, you tell me, what's going on? There's one story about a chemistry professor. And every time he had something important to present to the board or had some big important thing to do in his job, he would go out on a drunken bender and ended up having to be carried home in a stretcher. The problems we've been looking for. A repeating cycle of problems that manifests especially when you have an important or beautiful or meaningful goal that you're genuinely interested in. Your own personal goals you have to set. You have to be the ruler of your own life. Don't get pushed around by the ignorance of society or other people. That's not going to help you. It's not what you're here for. And as you go, you can upgrade your goals as you have success as you go. But for his, it was this important thing to do with his job. His problem came out. A drunken bender carried home on a stretcher. After some time, it's a relationship and dialogue, no debates, no telling you what blah, 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 blah. This philosopher asked him some questions and he realized, you know what? The state of mind I am in, either right before my bender or as a result of my bender, reminds me of when I was a kid. I would go out and play football in the street with other kids in America. Tough days back, we'd play on concrete or asphalt. And you know what? Every time I left to go play football, my mother would come and say something to me. And you know what? In those particular moments, it was the most beautiful that she's ever looked. She seemed to give me attention as well. Really look at me like I was real. It's a real high point. Looked real. Looked beautiful. It's rare. She said, hey, come home with your shield or on it. That's what she'd say when I go out to play football. Now, they were a Greek family. That's a Greek saying, Spartan saying, meaning come home with your shield, having won the battle, or on it, because carried out on your shield is how they carried the dead bodies. Bug. Hope I got it. smash cut forward to 30 years later. He has to be his best, his most real, his most knowing. He ends up getting carried home on a shield, on a stretcher. Notice, the appearance of the second hypothesis is the fourth hypothesis. The knowingness. Second. Let's go back to our map. Right, this line of symmetry. The imitation of the second. Trump, believers, whoever, preachers, pretend to know shit they don't. The quote from earlier, I'm only wiser. No, I don't think I know what I don't know. What was the quote from Socrates? The one that's misquoted as, I know nothing? No, I don't think I know something I don't. Believers think they know something they don't. So what's the second hypothesis? Reality. How did his mother appear? Real. Beautiful. Knowing. Loving. Caring. The imitation of the second hypothesis. The root cause of his problems. So whenever he wants to be real or knowing, who does he listen to? By the way, after having that insight, what happened to the chemistry teacher? What happens when we gain insight? Counterattack. What happened to him? Out the door. That's why I always say on this stream, as you start to have success in this game, stay in it. Stay in the game. Don't quit because you're starting to have some success. You're able to reach some goals you haven't done. You'll end up facing your pathologos again in this lifetime or the other. Your level of knowledge about philosophy surprises me. Ooh. I've started a community recently and we talk about philosophy and politics. Ooh, nice. That's great. So you can be my prophet. Go to your group and preach about this handsome streamer.
You just blow in from Stupid Town?
Hey, settle down. And how he is the chosen one. And then Jesus, there he is, appointed me to be the next son of God. No, don't say any of that. Tell them how great I am and preach. I don't know. I give up. I was trying to do a bit, but I give up. I give up.
Die mad about it, bitch.
Oh my goodness.
Please end kink shaming on your show.
I will not.
Honestly, on the real, I say stuff like that because I'm cool.
You know, I say stuff like that. I'd like to join. Well, not really. I don't really have time for that. And I'm not really interested in other people's opinions and beliefs. What I'm interested in doing is reading the kinds of books that we see. We read books here. They're books. Get rid of Jesus on the corner. They're books written by people who have gone through the journey of the soul and reached the purpose of life through understanding, so they're able to communicate it to us. That's why we read these certain books, and we don't read Kant or Nietzsche or anyone like that. So we're getting the model of the logos and the hypotheses of Parmenides to understand all of the possible ways that human beings can think and how we move through them. So if somebody's interested in developing themselves, then they have to be open to reading. They have to be open to reflecting on their own blocks. If they're interested in that, then I can talk to them through the dialectic. Provided they're open to learning, they're actually interested in reading and developing and evolving. And ideally, hopefully they're interested in becoming a dialectician themselves. So I'm not interested in beliefs, opinions. Definitely not debates. I do dialectic. So anyone who's actually interested in exploring ideas about truth and justice and how to reach them, we can chat. So they can join this channel and we can chat. And the more they learn about the dialectic and how to solve problems, hopefully the more interested they are in developing understanding. So, speaking of understanding, this guy, his name was Pierre Grimes. So, while Mr. Chemistry teacher ran out the door, Mr. Pierre Grimes was like, that's interesting. There seems to be an understandability behind this guy's repeating problem, linked to an early childhood experience, which seemed to be based on a reflection of the second hypothesis. That person went on to become friends with Alan Watts. You might know Alan Watts. To become besties. Pretty cool duo. They went on to be the earliest Westerners to study Buddhism, Eastern spirituality. Alan Watts became a very good talker. Very popular on the internets now. But Pierre Grimes, in his practice of meditation, see, while they would sit on these mats and do their meditation and stuff, every 3 hours they'd walk around the block. This Pierre Grimes dude would be naturally curious about how everyone was going. He'd ask people questions about how their meditation was going. What happens when you focus on a goal? You get blocks. Because we're here to do two things. Master the logos, to know the self, first hypothesis, pure being, the second, and its functioning through understanding, but also purify our pathologos, our false beliefs about those things. You can't have enlightenment experiences if you're still carrying a false image of yourself that you're identifying with. That's why very few people have enlightenment experiences while meditating. But on this particular day, he was naturally curious about how people's meditation was going. And what do people say? Well, I had this block, I had this tangent, I had this fantasy. Oh, in the chat, sorry. Because our goal of our community is to aim about harmony in society by philosophy as a method of thinking. That was fantastic. That would be the dialectic, my friend. Dialectic. That's what we're learning here. Maybe, I don't know. The book seems to be pointing at dialectic as the method or the mean term between problems or ignorance and enlightenment. What we've been doing here on this channel is understanding the hypotheses of Parmenides, outlining all of the possible ways of thinking and stages of development. So the map of human evolution and personal growth. And we've also been linking it to the 10 ox herding pictures, which is a similar sort of map. It goes into more detail at certain moments, but is more about what it feels like the actual experience of a soul going through stages of enlightenment. Getting the map. So you've got very noble goals, and you might gain a lot of from watching the episodes of this stream that you can find on YouTube. Or, whatevs. I'm cool either way.
Cool as a cuke.
Cool as a cuke.
Cool as a cuke.
And also,
my head is quite large and filled with secrets.
My head is large and full with secrets. What does that mean?
Jesus Christ, Emma.
What, Emma?
The primary purpose of pools is not to murder. It is for enjoyment and cooling off.
So that's what you learn here. You learn that pools are not for murder, it's for enjoyment and cooling off. So, walking around the block, he asked, how's your meditation going? And if you're a betting man and you're familiar with this channel, or midwifery, you'd know, well, I'm having this tangent, or this block, or this distraction, or this physical pain. What does a philosopher do? Ask questions. Oh, really? Tell me about that. What's it feel like? How does it manifest? What are the thoughts? For sure. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you do. That you will. Or you might. Let me know how you go. And please do make society better by recognizing that the nature of problems are the fourth hypothesis, beliefs caused by the pathologos, and it's functioning as either the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th. And our purpose is to develop understanding, the third hypothesis, called the dialectic. Do that, we can solve problems. Speaking of solving problems, that natural way of asking questions that he had allowed people to solve the problems of their tangents and distractions to their meditations, meaning people were having enlightenment experiences or deeper meditation experiences, which are very rare in traditions that don't follow the dialectic or the logos. The guru said, "We have 2 gurus in this ashram. Someone else is doing my job for me." So this Pierre Grimes was that fellow. He said, I don't know anything. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a guru. The guru said, "Oh, well, I'll make you a bet. You're supposed to do what the guru says, right? Well, I'm telling you, go off and teach for 10 years and come back and tell me you're not a teacher. And if you're not, I'll let you off." So thankfully he did that. So Pierre Grimes was later appointed to be the 32nd patriarch of the Korean Buddhist line. So acknowledged as the patriarch or the Buddha of the Buddhist line, while becoming a master of philosophy. But in recognizing in doing this, he rediscovered philosophical midwifery. When he got into Plato, he recognized that the things that he was discovered, that he was able to read because he rediscovered philosophical midwifery that we lost when we murdered Socrates, allowed him to read the text as it was and discover, holy crap, Socrates, Diotima, Parmenides, Xenophanes, and Homer were talking about the same things that I have been discovering on myself. So, unlike Plato and these other philosophers, and unlike Aristotle and Fuckface McGee,
It's better to come in the sink than to sink in the cum.
what the hell? That was an appropriate soundboard. I'd rather he synced. No.
This is why I love this channel, man.
Yeah, it's good. We make funny jokes. So unlike these guys, but because he discovered the way of removing our pathologos blocks to the logos, he was able to read what we'd left behind, allowing him to reach enlightenment states and be acknowledged within Eastern traditions, but also to rediscover the logos that we lost when we killed Socrates. So how are we able to do this and not what keeps humanity from going down the inevitable fate to human extinction? A consequence of being blocked from the first, second, and third hypothesis by the fourth? This dude here. Therefore, Arcturus, I recommend greatly you find Mr. Pierre Grimes' books. He is someone who has picked up the lineage of the Logos 2,500 years after Socrates, allowing us to find what we need for our own development. This book. This book allowed us to nail down exactly what the dialectic is. The dialectic on the dialectic, which we did today. So, Mr. Grimes was able to, pick up the true philosophy, metaphysics, the dialectic, rediscover the false. Is this live stream recorded so I can watch it anytime? Yes, it is. The VODs stay up on Twitch for a week, and I also post them to YouTube after I finish as well. I think we're episode 125 of this book series. So you can go back and you can watch it from the beginning if you like. And you can join the Discord if you want to. There's a link below. By the way, he recognized what by being free or freeing himself from his pathologos, being able to read, something smells good outside, read philosophy, he was able to recognize that Socrates, at key moments of his books, pointed to the significance of dream analysis. And so while Pierre Grimes functioned as a midwife and a dialectician, towards the later years of his life, he focused primarily on dream analysis, coming to recognize that dream analysis is the perfect guide by our guru, or the highest kind of providence from self and mind, first and second hypothesis. It's the greatest expression of providence, or third hypothesis, because it helps you with both, and it knows all about your problems, and it knows all about your purpose. So rediscovering dream analysis. Now, in this book, Socrates, written by Pierre Grimes, is saying, we haven't got a book that nails down the dialectic on how to unpack your dreams in dream analysis. So one of the challenges of this book is to, while Pierre Grimes wrote the Orange book, the Orange Sutra, the method of how to solve human problems, called Philosophical Midwifery, he's written these dialogues so we can learn the dialectic. He is putting it on us to add this part about dream analysis. He also shared, so the last part of dialectic, sharing it, Socrates didn't do. We murdered him before he was about to, but we murdered him. So this book. So thankfully he shared it, and that's you. So that's our lineage. That's where we are. So our question is, how does Pierre Grimes fit within the ox-herding pictures? Within the hypotheses. Well, reach the second hypothesis, obviously, allowing him to claim the title of Buddha. Well, not claim the title, be appointed. Nailed down the third hypothesis to be able to function as the ideal dialectician, not just in this, but this one, which is the highest. So a master of the third hypothesis. If you go through his the books that he's written over the years, you can see a transition from his understanding of the first hypothesis of Parmenides, he thought was the second, but he continued to learn and develop through his years, and he recognized, oh no, the first hypothesis is different. So you can, he has all these wonderful lectures on YouTube and stuff you can find. You can see how at some time in his life, he recognized the difference between the first and second hypothesis, but over his years, he slowly introduced to his group of friends the idea that the one, because prior to the Balboa translation and his work, him and his friends' work in the dialogue of Parmenides, people thought the first hypothesis was just the one. As a logical exercise, what's a pure one? Because they were learning Greek and removing their blocks to the logos, they recognized there was a great betrayal. He actually wrote an essay called The Great Betrayal of Philosophy. The great betrayal was, there is a key word that hasn't been translated into English for 2,000 years. The word is self. The most fundamental word and idea about the Parmenides and philosophy itself has not been translated for 2,500 years, keeping us in the Dark Ages. They worked on it, they learnt the Greek, they translated it properly, and they recognized that the first hypothesis was the one self, different from the experience of pure being. Reaching the first. Now, we are suggesting that there is a stage beyond the first hypothesis because the book made that suggestion. The mysterious 10th or 0th hypothesis. We've also recognized that the 9th ox-herding picture is equivalent to the first, so when we get back into the 10th, maybe that would be the higher stage. We've positing that Socrates reached that because he added dream analysis. And the fact that Pierre Grimes saw what Socrates saw about dream analysis might put Pierre Grimes on a level of Socrates beyond the first. Now there's another puzzle. When Socrates, as a 19-year-old homie, runs into Parmenides, and we've gone through the introduction, you can find it on the channel as well, or you could read it yourself. He asks Parmenides to give a dialectic. So Parmenides says, hey, look, son, you want to know about truth and reality and solving problems, you need to learn the dialectic. If you don't learn the dialectic, you won't reach truth. It's just that simple. And he gives a little puzzle and we went through that puzzle together on the channel. So our summary of the dialectic is the result of like a couple of years of work that we've been doing on this channel. So I'm giving brief summaries of like the structure of the dialectic that we're using to understand the text, we're using to understand the hypotheses, we're using to make intelligible the ox-herding pictures. But again, we had to go through the process of unpacking the puzzle. So I do recommend you go back into those old episodes and follow along with me and puzzle through it. But in that introduction to the Parmenides, the first section before the hypotheses, he gives a little puzzle. Socrates says, that's great, but that sounds tricky. I don't quite get it. Can you give me a demonstration of the dialectic? What we've been saying is there's two kinds of use of dialectic. Well, there's three. You can use the dialectic to purify your ignorance. That's midwifery. But you can use the dialectic or understanding to perfect your understanding by reverting on the model of understanding. That's a dialectic on the second hypothesis. So all of the ideas, which are another great betrayal, the Greek word ideia means to behold. Modern education translates it as form. That's not true. It's ideia. All of the aspects or ideas is metaphysics. Beauty itself or self-beauty, self-justice. That's why we call them the selfers, the nouns. Beauty itself, justice itself, whole, self-part, same, different. These are all aspects of divine luminosity that if you apply the dialectic or understanding to, you prepare yourself for the vision of it, therefore true meditation or the archetype of meditation or yoga. Socrates doesn't ask for that. Hey, big dog, give me the dialectic. But not a dialectic on beauty. That's for chumps.
I'm eating the testicles of this bull, and I'm eating it raw. Raw bull balls. This is raw buffalo balls.
That's what Socrates said. I'd rather eat raw buffalo balls than get an example on beauty or truth or reality. Give me an example of the dialectic to the self. Sneaky.
There's only two options at the end of an argument. One, you're wrong, but now you always get to be right about that topic going forward. So you get to learn something, which is always a plus. Or two, you're right and you get to revel in being right. Win, 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 win.
I pressed the wrong button, but that's still a nice quote. Give me an example of the dialectic on the self. Parmenides says, and his student Zeno says, get out of here, kid, you're crazy. Says, you're crazy.
Disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
That's anti-feminist in some way.
And maybe in some way anti-feminist. You're crazy. You don't know what you're asking me. You're asking me to return to the object of my love, which sounds like a good thing. Why was he complaining? He goes, I'm an old man. He was 60. So not that old, but there you go. You're asking a champion racehorse to return to what he was a champion at after he's retired. You don't know the great sea of logos you're asking me to swim through. Get out of here, kid. Socrates, thankfully for us, was a fucking genius, rebel, amazing kid. Said, okay then, old man, I'll ask your student. Let's see if you're a decent teacher then. And Zeno said, whoa, don't ask me, kid. So 40-year-old Zeno, 20-year-old Socrates, 60-year-old Parmenides. Interesting symmetry or a mean analogy happening there. Anyway, forget about that. I've been studying with Parmenides for a very long time. I've only heard it once. A long time ago. I'm with you. Ask him. I don't want to do it. I can't do that. Or didn't. Well, I think he said can't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he said he can't do it. He says, I want him to do it too. If Parmenides is the guy who gave us the highest example of the dialectic, including the one self, which is his hypothesis of himself from himself, includes the 8 other possible ideas of one or self that you can have, completely encapsulating all of the possible views any living being, human or otherwise. So this is a kind of learning and nurture we can take with us into other dimensions, multiverses, reincarnations, wherever. Because these are all of the possible different kinds of cultures you can have, religions you can have, societies you can have, but also all the different ways of thinking an individual can have, giving us the map of development. Why then is that a diminishing for Parmenides? Why is that something he was fighting against? Why didn't he want to do it? Why did he say he has to go down to do this? So our loose hypothesis is, Homer, how did he go? Well, Homer has, in the Iliad, he talks about the second hypothesis. He shows midwifery and dream analysis as the mean term or the method that the worst person Achilles goes through to reach excellence. Third hypothesis. He's able to address the family beliefs and even mythologize the pathologos. What does every family think? We are the chosen ones. That religion's crazy. Those parents don't know anything across the street, but my parents knew everything. My religion's the best religion. It sounds fucking stupid if you say it, but every human being thinks it until they wake up to this game. No. My parents were actually good and loving. They were actually loving. Wait, do you think the guys across the street were? Well, no, they've got problems. And the guys next door? Well, no. The guys in the other country? No, that's not real love. That's crazy. But you happen to be the ones that... Everyone thinks that. That's why we have yo mama jokes. Don't you say that about my mother. It's a built-in conflict. That's why those jokes are so easy. Yo mama did this. Yo mama did that. The conflict was, what? No, not my mother. Does Homer go beyond the second hypothesis? Again, we'll have to read it. Maybe we can do it on the channel. To the first. We won't know until we read the Odyssey and learn about Penelope. Xenophanes, it's the whole of that's one, and it's seeing, hearing, and thinking right now. So that's either the first or the second. The fact that he taught Parmenides, we could say probably the first. Parmenides and Diotima talk about divine luminosity of the second and the first. We're saying because Socrates added to the tradition, maybe he goes beyond to the zeroth. But if Parmenides is falling, or has to go down to do the dialectic, has Parmenides reached a level beyond the first? Pierre Grimes, same question. So while we can nail down all of these other philosophers that don't reach the first hypotheses, for these group of philosophers, we have a question. Did they go beyond the first? Xenophanes, we don't really have enough to say much about. Homer, we can wonder about as we read, because now that we have the good translations, the real translations. But as for these guys, Pierre, Socrates, Diotima, and Parmenides, have they gone beyond the first? If so, why didn't Parmenides talk about that stage beyond the first? So at least first hypothesis for these four here. It seems the fact that these two are dreams, we could say maybe they're beyond. But let's say that Parmenides did go down. We can't really say much about Diotima because we don't have much from her in the symposium, but at least for Parmenides, if he did go down, so let's say that there's a 10th. Let's say that we've got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first hypothesis, that transcends existence. The highest, second, understanding, belief, rejection, and the denial of each of those, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's add the 10th as the rejection of the oneself and call that the pathologos as a principle. Why not? We're asked to add in the 10th, let's put it there. If Parmenides is going down to do this, is there an 11th above the first? If Socrates and Pierre goes above the 11th to see the significance of dreams that Parmenides didn't mention, is there a 12th? I'm happy to add 10th here as the denial of the oneself as the principle of the pathologos, even though pathologos is technically the fourth hypothesis. It's a belief-based thing. But you can have all of these, any one of these hypotheses, if you identify with it, including divine luminosity, could function as a pathologos. So we could say the pathologos principle of each of them. That would put as a transcendent, like the one transcends everything that exists, a transcendent principle of everything that exists. So one transcends all of those, so too does the pathologos as a principle. So I'm happy to put pathologos as the missing 10th hypothesis. And there's that goddamn bug. Oh my goodness. How are you just running right like that? You get some bug spray. Ooh. I'm happy to put the 10th there as the principle of the pathologos, especially seeing as Parmenides doesn't address it specifically to deal with Aristotle's block. The fact that he said he's going down or returning to his love that doesn't want to do makes me wonder if he was actually at the 11th. The fact that we are adding dreams to the tradition, Socrates seems to be adding to the tradition. And of course, Pierre Grimes is in that also, especially later on in his life. And is telling us to do dreams, for us to write the dialectic or the book or the handbook for dream analysis. So, in our efforts to read, which means do as follow the guru, as Pierre followed his guru when he was meditating with Alan Watts or whoever in Buddhism in the ashrams. So too do we listen to our teacher when he says we need to go back. Well, here we go. We need to go back, review them, and see how the hypotheses fit within the hierarchy of philosophers. And in doing so, we discovered some puzzles, which is good. That's what we're looking for. Questions. Could there be a 11th and 12th hypothesis? And look at here. We covered much ground and included many ideas, and there are some we left out, didn't we? He covered the 9 hypotheses like 3 times. What could he have left out? Well, 10th, 11th, and 12th, maybe. So that might be a little bit of a confirmation of the puzzle that we found when we listened and did what we were supposed to do. Is that a metaphor for what we've been discovering in the dialectic? Are there any more ideas or philosophers you think important to review that we failed to mention? Who else is there left to talk about? And by the way, we've reached the first hypothesis in the 9th oxiding picture, but there's still one more oxiding picture to go. Who's left to talk about? And what's the 10th oxiding picture about? And what's the 11th and 12th hypothesis, if there is one? And if we see it, can we recognize Socrates and Pierre Grimes at those levels? Lots of questions. I hope your sack is full.
I'm eating the testicles of this bull, and I'm eating it raw. Raw bull balls. This is raw buffalo balls.
Calm down. I don't mean that kind of sack.
You have the brain of a child if you...
Honestly,
Come on.
on the real,
On the
I
real?
say stuff like that because I'm cool.
Yes, we say it because we're cool. I hope your question sack is full of these questions, and I hope you're curious. I hope you're wondering. And my goodness, we haven't even finished. Where do we go from here? 11th and 12th hypotheses? Are we adding to the tradition? Is it good to see where you're at in the tradition? Does it help to make sense of where we are as a society, where we are within the lineage of thought? Does it help? Does the reading help? Does being able to stop in and reflect on where you're at, like these friends in chat are doing today, help? What would it be like if you were to be able to function like Pierre Grimes, Socrates, Parmenides, or Diotima, in helping others through those stages at the stages of the map? Do you have to go through those stages yourself to be able to help others through those stages? And what the heck are we going to learn when we read the Odyssey from Homer? Oh my goodness. I hear that there's a Christopher Nolan movie on the Odyssey. Given that the only decent translation is coming to our hands soon, first couple of books we have, what's going to happen? Are we going to read it at a higher level and then get on Reddit and slam Nolan for his pedestrian take? Can we convince Nolan to get us on board and help direct the film so we can get some points on the back end, get some cash money?
It's a guy whose head appears to be on backwards, and then a half lady.
I don't know what that means. What's a half lady? Lots to wonder about, lots to explore. Thank you to the new chatters. You can join on Discord, you can follow along on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to donate to the channel, it does help a lot. I've been saying, please donate $100 million so we can make the new Odyssey, but I think that's asking too much. Any donation is fine, if you can and if you want to. I appreciate it. Keeps the channel going. Not that I've had any donations, but any bit helps. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you in the next one. What kind of one do I mean? How many are there? Ooh.